7 o'clock, we would like to inform all board member attendees that this meeting is being live streamed and archived for access at any time by our community members on the internet within 24 to 48 hours of the meeting's conclusion. This meeting is open to the public in accordance with Phase 4 guidance issued by the Illinois Department of Public Health and the Illinois State Board of Education. Individuals are required to wear a face covering at all times while in the building, including during the meeting. The capacity in any room is limited to 50, and seats will be spaced a minimum of 6 feet apart. A COVID-19 screening will be conducted for all attendees. Please rise for the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Mrs. Barber.
Here.
Mrs. Junk.
Here.
Mr. Carey.
Here.
Dr. Lawler.
Here.
Mrs. Pavlak.
Here.
Mr. Rivas.
Present.
Mrs. Witt.
Here. With 7 members present, we do have a quorum. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And a roll call.
Mrs. Junk.
Aye.
Mr. Carey.
Aye.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mrs. Pavlak.
Aye.
Mr. Rivas.
Aye.
Mrs. Barber.
Aye.
Mrs. Witt.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, so now it's time for public comment. I'll read the guidelines for public comment. The board values input to inform our decision-making and to provide information and insight into what is happening throughout the district. Board meetings are held to conduct the business of the Board of Education and are required by law to take place in public. However, they are not public forums. We use this public comment section as an opportunity to listen to our stakeholders. For that reason, the board does not enter into debate or respond to questions spontaneously or without proper investigation and deliberation. In most cases, concerns or questions requiring follow-up will be referred to the superintendent. If you choose to speak publicly, we ask that you do so at the microphone, state your name and village of residence, or your association with us for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes or less so that all who wish to speak may have that opportunity. Public comment is a maximum of 30 minutes with a 20-minute total length of time on any one subject. You are encouraged to seek a private appointment to discuss matters concerning individual students or staff members. While public education can be an emotional issue, and understandably so, the board strives to maintain a certain level of decorum at the meeting. Those who speak are expected to maintain a tone of courtesy and civility. So for public comment tonight, I will read names of people and you can come up to the microphone and speak. If anyone has comments that they can condense together, that would be fantastic. Or for people who are able to go less than 2 minutes, that would be wonderful as well. So we can make sure that people have an opportunity to speak tonight. But the maximum time is 3 minutes, and you'll see the clock here, and I will let you know when your 3 minutes are up. So the first person for public comment is Ms. Grossinger.
Hi everybody, Tonya Grosinger from Maple Park. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming to this meeting tonight to discuss the new guidelines and the new plan that we put in place, that is going to be put in place because of ISB changing the guidance. I know that this has been a really long week for most of you, and I appreciate all your hard work. And I don't want to discredit any of that. I truly do appreciate it. I do feel though that hopefully in the future we have plans in place to do this for better, I guess, next time, because unfortunately pandemic phases aren't going away anytime soon. We could be put to phase 5 just to be taken back like we were this last COVID, or this last November and December. So I just really hope, my goal here tonight is just to hope that while we are planning for the future and for positivity in the future, that we also take time to plan for this in case we have to go backwards. We need to make sure that things like what has happened this last year don't happen again. We need a better Zoom structure for our kids for remote learning or for quarantine, because let's be real, quarantine isn't going anywhere anytime soon. They're gonna have to, and now if our kids are in classes 5 days a week, that's a potential 10 days they're missing versus just 4 days. And so we need to make sure that kids can have the proper instruction from teachers while at home. So I'm hoping that negotiations are being done with the KEA to develop better structure for that, for at-home learning, because per the contracts and stuff and side letters that I recently found, Zoom is not part of that. It's specifically taken out. They don't have to do live instructions, but this is just going to set our kids that far back because of now being in class 5 days a week versus 2 days a week. The only other thing that I want to say is, again, I really do hope that we have better planning for the future. While I can appreciate that nobody has dealt with anything like this before, we've been through pandemics before, but none quite like this, we need to make sure that if we get pushed back other phases, that the learning and the academics stay top-notch for our kids. Because unfortunately, the way this year has gone has been a complete disaster, and to most, a total waste. And I just pray that that doesn't happen again in the future. We need to make sure plans are in place to move forward always. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Shaw?
It's obviously not my first time up here. I'm Jennifer with Sugar Grove. And I'm kind of sick to my stomach that we're here tonight voting on an option for our children to return back to school full-time, 5 days a week, because I feel like they should have had that option months ago. I feel that our kids should have been in school months ago. And there's really nothing more important right now than for this community to get our kids back in school full-time. We've had updated IDPH rules. Teachers have been vaccinated. Kids can now have desks at 3 feet versus 6 feet. So we're really looking at you guys tonight, the board, Layden. These are your duties that you were elected to do and to problem solve for our kids. In the board policy, section 220, item 19, it sounds like really nobody really wants me to speak tonight. Is that why you keep falling down on me? It clearly states board members are elected to represent the needs and desires of the community in educational matters. And I have to say, I feel that you failed all of us. I feel that you have disrespected us, you've mocked us, demoralized us. You've turned away, ignored us, walked away, didn't respond to emails. I am asking for you tonight to make the right decision and vote wisely, because I feel like all the community members here who want this option have been disrespected and ignored. And the reason I'm saying that, there's a couple things that I've said, that I have seen on social media. And I don't know if you guys are aware by an article that was posted on scarymommy.com by Amy Exelson. As a blogger, if nobody's aware of this, that states, Dear Angry Dad, in my town Facebook group. I was sickened when I saw this blog and this article, and to see that Megan Junk loved it and Aaron Lawler applauded it is absolutely disappointing. And the reason I say that, and I quote what this is said in this blog, please stop putting up petitions and notices for protests outside of the city center to open schools. Seriously, no shit, Sherlock. Yeah, welcome to the game, player. Let me women's plain this to you. Get in line. You are just like us now, invisible and unacknowledged. Sit down and get to work. Stop it so we can all get back to school in the fall. We all want that, and none of us can have it if you keep being a dick, unquote. So that's what you think we are? I want to say thank you, parents, for advocating, for making noise, and for being here tonight, because if it wasn't for us, we wouldn't have gotten this far, because you guys didn't do what you were supposed to do. Laid in $189,000 a year, and we've got no plan. You guys are all elected by us community members. We got to start thinking about who we want on the board going forward, guys. We've got to start making these decisions, because this is not going to change, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. Honey, will you let me speak a little more, please? Go ahead and throw another 3 minutes on. I am really disappointed by that.
Hold on 1 moment, please. Could you start the 3-minute timer for Mr. Shaw?
Mrs., thank you.
Well, Mr., I'm sorry, that's
okay.
yes, for his time. Thank you.
I'm asking you parents to please start speaking with others, start speaking with municipality leaders. It's time for a new board. We've got people's elections coming up in 2023. Loyler, if you don't want to do this, you clearly made your mind up before that you don't think kids need to go back to school until fall. It was posted before our agenda meeting, any plans even came out. Back on Sunday, March 14th, you posted publicly on the Kaneland Board District Facebook page that you think fall 2021 is the right time to turn in-person full-time and not now. So you're already making that decision without even knowing what the plan is, what the survey is. What scientific evidence do you have that makes you believe that's right? Or is it because, and I quote, your children's education is secured no matter what situation we are in, end quote. Well, that's great, I'm happy for you. But this is a community that you're supposed to be responsible for, and if you guys, because of personal fear or your own personal interest, can't make that decision, you should not be in the role. If you can't make that decision, step down right now. You are the overall responsibility for our children's education and mental health and well-being. We made these signs for our children to go back to school full-time. We got mocked by Aaron Lawler for our children not to go back till fall 2021. I'm not voting for you guys. These are not the board members that I want in the role. Layden, are you getting your 6% increase? Maybe we should look at that if we don't have enough money to go back to school. We've got $500,000 in COVID relief money, another $1 million coming. This makes no sense to me. I am absolutely disappointed by the fact that all of us as a community elected you guys and stood up behind here to help you, and this is how we are treated. Parents, thank you. Thank you for advocating. Thank you for calling. Thank you for being here. It's time to make a change. It's very clear that some people's mind is made up, and that's very sad. I pray to God you make the right decision tonight. If people want to stay full remote, let them stay full remote. I think the survey was very deceiving due to lack of plans, lack of data, lack of work that you guys have done in the 8 months, and shame on you for that. But our kids deserve to go back to school full-time 5 days a week. They deserve it. And it's time to get new people in these roles, guys. Thank you.
Ms. Harner?
Good evening. My name is Kim Harner, and I'm a resident of Sugar Grove. I just wanted to clarify what this sign actually said, because I think it's really important that everybody watching sees it. Our parents, in a very peaceful way, had signs in our yards to say Monday through Friday, get our kids back in school full time. And Dr. Aaron Lawler, on his public page on Facebook, identified as Kaneland 302 school board member, directly related to Kaneland, posted this on Sunday before seeing results. Let's do it right, fall 2021. He made up his mind before even listening to you guys. That's not what you're elected to do. It's actually a disgrace and an embarrassment to the community that you should be representing. A couple points from parents who have reached out to me and asked me to say something. Specifically the high school survey, there's a lot of requests to redo it. It was inaccurate, misleading. There's a question that said, would you be willing for your student to drop a class and lose that credit on their transcript? That's never a solution, first of all. You've got to be more creative about that. But more importantly, that's a very unique situation that would only apply if somebody was going from hybrid to remote because they're not comfortable with 3 feet versus 6. That was never clarified in the survey. A lot of parents said that they chose existing hybrid because they did not understand that answer. Resurvey. Ask them. They'll answer it, and you'll have results in 24 hours. I think that your data is skewed, and maybe you've resurveyed since, I'm not sure, but it's really hard to trust data if you're not giving the full input and background on a question like that. It almost looks like a scare tactic, in my personal opinion, and the opinion of others. A couple parents reached out and said they've lost confidence and trust in the district. I don't blame them at all. I think the good news is, with time, you can earn trust back. Absolutely, I hope you guys do. I think it's really important. I think the Go Forward movement has been misrepresented by some as something that's hateful, but it's completely opposite. It's full of love and problem solving, and if we didn't care about the district, we would actually be moving out of the district. We want Kaneland to succeed. We want to see our kids in school. We love our teachers. A parent reached out to me about IEP hours. Their child was reached, they have an IEP, but they were classified as not severe enough, so her IEP hours were cut in half. So they're not getting the amount of necessary time that they need to get help. And the last point is Zoom. I'm sorry, but you guys need to know a little bit more about this. The administration approved a side letter with the union last summer, and the teacher said they wouldn't come back without it. and they are not required to Zoom because the administration said they don't have to. This is why our quarantine kids have zero support. My niece, Kendra Brown, is in middle school right now, and she is on quarantine, and I talked to her today. She's got no support. She feels like she's falling behind. She's a straight A student. She's stressed. She's overwhelmed. Fix it. It was your job to deal with the union.
Thank you. Mrs. Zwick?
Hi, I'm Erin Zwick. I live in Aurora. I have 4 children in this district at all 3 levels, but today I'm talking about the high school. And I want to ask you to hold off any decisions to the high school until we have community understanding of that survey with that question about the withdrawal and no credit 2/3 into the semester. When that survey went out on Friday, it went out. Parents were very confused, very upset, understandably, if your child's put in 2/3 of the work of a class. And some people reached out to the administration. They went, and I think some parents on Facebook pages said they talked to Mr. Raleigh or maybe Dr. Layden, and they were answering individually, but they didn't answer collectively until Sunday night, after the majority of the surveys were actually turned in. So we have data out there. We have kids that are still confused, thinking they're going to lose their credits if they go full-time. So I'm asking that we have some clarification by the community and we redo that survey. And I just want to bring up one more point, is that we have high school kids. The weather is changing. A lot of these kids, they're bagging groceries at Jewel during the day. They're not going to school on their off days. They're not doing classroom work. They just bagged my groceries today at 2:30 in the afternoon. Those are school hours. They're in the parking lot. There was a big group of them last week when the weather was nice. You see them hanging out with their friends. They're making TikToks at Target. That's what they're doing on these days. And come when we get to April 5th, well, our kids are all out there around the community. If we do not put them back full-time, 5 days a week, it's going to be an embarrassment as our kids are in Target making their TikToks, running around, and we know 75-degree weather is coming. And I'm not saying these are all the kids. This is observed in the community. And while Batavia, Geneva, St. Charles, their kids are at school all day. Ours are at Target making TikToks. So it's an embarrassment, and we need to just get these kids back into school 5 days a week. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Bateman?
Chris Bateman from Elburn. I'll be brief because I know there are a lot of parents that want to speak tonight. First, I want to thank the board for taking the time to consider this return to learn plan. I think it's a great step forward. I think we would all agree that there's some opportunities that need to be worked on, and there's some more things that will come. We're hearing some of those tonight, but I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. I commend you all for taking it. I do have a couple of questions that I hope will be clarified in the presentation of the plan, or if not, then maybe the board members will question. One of them is, in the plan, it shows that we're calling for an additional 14.7 FTE. I'm just wondering, are we assuming that no remote teachers are going to be able to come back? Are there going to be more or less remote students, and is that a possibility? And then also in regards to the extra funds needed for lunchroom monitors, recess monitors, and gatekeepers, is that an opportunity for parents to volunteer? I know I would be willing to come in 1 day a week from my school to be a recess monitor or a lunchroom monitor. If this does come down to a financial impact, are there opportunities for parents to be involved and help out in those scenarios? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walter?
So sorry, I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Walter. He wasn't able to make it. He just texted me.
Okay.
He wanted to be here tonight. Jeff Walters is sorry, my phone locked on me. Is the mayor of Elburn.
I'm sorry, I don't think we can't, you can use up the rest of your time, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
He wanted me to read an email that he sent to the board this morning. He said, I understand the Kaneland School Board and district leadership are facing a tough decision tonight, and I wanted to express my support for returning the students back to school in person as soon as possible. I have followed with great concern the increases in mental health issues amongst children. Some media outlets have reported that suicide, self-harm, overdoses, anxiety, and depression among children has doubled, if not tripled in some cases. Due in large part to virtual learning, and I understand that even getting an appointment for a child with a counselor or psychiatrist is next to impossible these days. I hear from my constituents on a regular basis that their children are struggling academically and emotionally. I understand that while a return to in-person learning may be challenging, the mental health of our children should be the priority. I also realize that there's concern over the COVID-19 virus, but in light of the recent declines in positive cases, hospitalizations being down across the country, and the number of vaccinations taking place, I believe the time is right to return the students to in-person learning. Our own experience in Elburn shows that while there is reason for concern, families, businesses, and individuals, given the facts, will make the best decision for themselves. This was the approach we took in Elburn when the governor's emergency order expired on May 1st, 2020, and the statistics show that people made the right decisions for themselves, as there have been 0 COVID deaths in our reporting area. I know that serving the needs of all is an incredible task, and as public servants, we do our best with the information and resources we have. Thank you all for what you do for the Kaneland community. Thank you, Jeff Walter, Village President.
Thank you. Ms. Stark?
Mallory Stark, Elburn. The first thing I want to do is acknowledge the warriors of this whole situation, our students. Next, I want to, from the very bottom of my heart, thank our teachers and school staff who have to bear the burden of emotion and rule from 3 different directions: the students, the parents, and you. Although we have lived in the district for 5 years, my son is in kindergarten, and boy, what an introduction to this school district and school in general we've had. He is incredibly smart, reading well above his grade level, but I wouldn't say that he's thriving, due to the lack of some form of daily interaction with his teacher and classmates. I had a baby a week before Kaneland went to full remote in November. It has not been easy. I'm not going to stand here and bore you with the rest of my story on how hard it's been. What I want to do is be another voice in fighting for what's right for our kids. I don't know if going back to full-time in person in April is the right thing, but what I do know is that if we parents hadn't started asking questions and challenging you to start planning, I truly believe we would be in the same exact position in the fall. With no change to our current model, our kids need to be in school, period. As we have seen, Kaneland is not immune to the challenges that this pandemic has created, but Kaneland is also not immune to the challenges the district will face and the tarnished reputation it has already received if we sit idle instead of moving forward. With great power comes great responsibility. You, the board, and its administration are bound by that power and duty, which is to put the students first. The time is now to begin planning for the future success of our students and school district, to fix what is broken and to prepare and to repair that reputation. Why is working together and getting our kids back to a safe normal so wrong?
Ms. Lewitzki?
Christy Nudzwicki, Sugar Grove. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to just read this to you because I'm a little nervous. My oldest son graduated last year. My youngest son is 7th at Harder. I'm not going to tell you how hard this has been on my family because in fact we are very blessed. Even though my son has ADHD and is in an IEP, he's doing okay. He has great teachers. He has an outlet in travel baseball and he has friends in his neighborhood. We are good. And if we only have the option of hybrid for him, I can accept that. However, don't get excited just yet. It's not about what I want or what I prefer. It's about what some of these kids need. I'm here as a voice for the parents and the students who are having a hard time mentally and emotionally. I see you. Your cries have not completely fallen on deaf ears. It seems that this aspect has been shoved under the rug. What are we doing for these kids? How are we offering help and support for them? Emails repeating data and reminding them of your expertise does not help. Telling them that the majority learn better one way, so that's how it has to be, doesn't help. This is why we have IEPs. This is why we make exceptions. You know that not everyone learns and thrives in the same environment. And these kids are struggling, and the parents are trying to tell you that. Are you listening to the people living it? Maslow before Bloom. I can get behind that. I understand what it means in terms of academics. But do you understand that not being in school with their teachers is harming their mental and emotional health? Connectiveness, sense of belonging, and community. These are the things they get at school. We need to look at this beyond a virus that has a 99% survival rate. And by the way, suicide is the second leading cause of death for young people between 10 and 24. I see that social and emotional support is on your priority list on your presentation, and that's great. But if you are really going to follow through on that, you should approach it from all sides and understand where and how social, emotional, and mental health flourishes. I am ashamed I haven't spoken out sooner. I am ashamed of this district for waiting this long on this matter. The community has been asking for your help that cannot wait 5 months. I'm asking you, please, consider them in your decisions today and forward. Thank you.
Courtney Lewitzky.
My name's Courtney Lewitzky. I'm from Elburn. I haven't spoken at a meeting yet. I never thought I would have to fight for my children to go to school. But I've been sitting here, listening, hearing. I've absorbed the information provided, and I've learned a few things. First, the return to learn plan. When you use a catchphrase such as return to learn, you are insinuating that the kids are not learning in the current model. And that's what we've been trying to tell you. Second, I question whether there was a return to learn plan. One would think that plans would be in place and the money needed would be allocated and set aside for when it was needed. Even if the funds are not planned for, we're supposed to get nearly $1.1 million, so the argument is unfounded. Other arguments against full returns seem to be unreasonable as well. I only have elementary school kids, so I can only speak on that perspective. Why return now when there's so little school left? I did the figures on this. From August up until spring break, which is a week away, A-Day students went to school total 48 days. B-Day students, 50 days. And that's over a span of 24 weeks in school with a possible 136 days of in-person learning. Going back after spring breaks gets the kids a possible 35 days in person. That means that in 7 weeks and 1 day, the B kids will get around 70% of the learning that they've already had, or that they have had in the first 24 weeks of school. And A-Day kids will get around 73%. So while it's easy to say it's only 7 weeks, I argue on the contrary that there is a lot of learning that would occur and benefit the kids. In regards to remote students, if I'm understanding the plan correctly, remote would not be impacted. Any family that was remote and wants to stay remote would be able to keep the same schedule they are currently on. And any family who is currently hybrid that is not comfortable with the changes is allowed to choose remote. So why then hold back the ones who want, need, and are willing to go back to school face to face? There's too many kids falling through the cracks and not getting the help they need. Many have needed help for a long time, and because of the current situation and models that we are using, they're not being recognized. It's not too late. Get the kids back ASAP. To the board, please, please, please look at the data. Think about the personal stories you've heard and think about the kids, their needs, and leave personal beliefs aside, even if those beliefs were devised before you put any input from the families. Thank you.
Haley Heyman.
My name is Kaylee Harriman. I'm from Montgomery, and I'm a student. I'm a freshman at Kaneland High School. I think that we should go back to in-person learning 5 days a week. The hybrid learning model has impacted my grades in a negative way. Most days, I don't have motivation to get up to work on my at-home days, and I miss seeing my friends and teachers at school. It's hard for me to keep track of my in-person assignments and my at-home assignments, which is a part of my grades failing. Please consider getting back in session 5 days a week, or at least giving the option. We really need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Richie Jen.
Hello, Kaneland Board. I'm Richie Jendrusik. I am a sophomore at Kaneland High School, and unlike most people, I am actually kind of honored to be here talking to you. I feel as though us as high school students haven't really had the opportunity to speak out because nobody's told us how we can help and how we can advocate for ourselves in this community, and instead, our decisions and our school processes are being decided by our parents. Now, I am speaking for the student body when I say this. I have sent out a Google form today at 1:30 p.m. and it has already gotten over 180 responses. We, as a student body, are agreeing that it is not feasible to go back to school full-time at this time. According to my Google Doc, 74% of students say they would not be comfortable with the change. 22% of students reported they were okay with returning full-time until they heard about the small risk of a schedule change. Even if it's a minuscule change, nobody would like to risk it, especially band kids, choir kids, and AP kids. Now, I'm speaking on behalf of the whole school, so I would like to share to you some quotes that I've gathered from my fellow high school students. It's my last couple months of high school, and my electives, such as my choir classes, are classes that I don't want to drop. At this point in the year, I've already made connections to all of my teachers, and having to maybe rebuild is not worth it for a month of school. With the end of the school year fast approaching, it would be much easier to continue hybrid and not changing anything. My quality of life and mental well-being would both suffer dramatically if the 2 choir classes I have were taken away from me and dropped from my record. I love these classes, and I would rather wait out the 6 weeks after spring break with a hybrid model than lose the 2 favorite parts of my day. And the routine I have heavily relied on and gotten used to over the past school year would change. There's a lot to discuss and consider with this conversation. It wouldn't be fair for high school students to go back 5 days a week and have their AP and choir band classes dropped to fit more students in the school. Some students who are currently passing all required classes may be removed from a required class because people want to go back to school in person. This also means that people who voted to stay hybrid are at risk of having their schedule changed and facing these consequences even when they voted against it. As a student myself, I personally find it difficult and stressful to take all the classes I want to take. Removing classes and changing schedules can add to this stress. Students are accustomed to hybrid learning now, so to return to full-time for the last month of school would not be beneficial. However, to return to full in-person learning at the beginning of 2021 fall semester is a good idea. It will give students a fresh start and set them up for a year of success in 2021-2022. This is just a sample of the quotes. I have received about 100. I have copies of a complete list of quotes if anyone would like one.
Thank you. You've hit your 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Can I
We got to move on to the next person. I'm sorry. Thank you. Ms. Bobeck? Yes, I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Katie Bobeck, and I'm from Sugar Grove. I'm a full-time working single parent and could go on at great length as to the challenges managing this hybrid schedule has presented to me and my family, but I want to focus on other things. This is only the second board meeting that I have attended, the first one being just a few weeks ago. Although I do not have knowledge of what has previously been discussed at the meetings, something that immediately struck me as strange was the lack of accountability that this board is demanding of the school district. This has been going on for over a year, and I feel that it should have been the board's responsibility to demand that the district develop several return-to-learn plans complete with details and financials on how this can be accomplished for consideration and approval. I was also surprised to hear that $750,000 of emergency funds was approved last year, with an additional $750,000 being requested again, all for items such as tutors and extra help as a direct result of our kids falling further and further behind from not getting regular in-face instruction. Why, instead of funding programs that are a result of this lack of education, are you not demanding that the school use these funds instead to make sure that we can get the kids back into the classroom so that these programs aren't necessary in the first place? Why haven't we already investigated investing in ventilation, plexiglass, mobile classrooms, or at the very least OWL's video conferencing so that even if the kids aren't physically at school, they are still getting daily instruction? Why are you not demanding to see these proposals on a regular basis? Why are you not holding anyone accountable for any actual results? I am assuming that you are all working professionals. If you were given an assignment at work that was difficult and required complex and critical thinking and tough financial decisions, could you just ignore it and hope it went away? Would there be consequences for you? Is this not the job of the school district to educate our kids? If they are not figuring out how to get the kids educated, why is no one being held accountable? Why is all the canned responses from the district or proposals are reactive and not proactive? Why are we allowing the district to sit back and wait for the world to go back to normal or to get new guidelines to follow? Why haven't we demanded a plan be developed to get our kids back if things never return to normal? Or if a few years down the road we get hit with another pandemic? Are we going to be prepared with a solid plan and equipment to seamlessly transition? Or are kids once again going to suffer and be out of school? Is it arrogance or ignorance to assume that we are somehow immune from this possibility that could absolutely happen to us and we will be completely unprepared again? Again, this is only my second board meeting. I blame myself for not having attended in the past and fighting for my kids, but this lack of accountability has been noticed by hundreds of concerned parents who do not want to hear the excuses anymore. Are you not our voice? Are you not supposed to represent our interests and the best interests of our kids? I don't want to hear there isn't enough money. I don't want to hear it's too difficult or it's only 2 months of school. I want you to hold this district accountable, get our kids back in school, have a plan for the future so this never happens again.
Courtney Puppich. Courtney Puppich. Thank you.
I'm Courtney Pupich. I have 3 children in this district. I'm in Sugar Grove. I had a chance to look at those slides put out by the district a couple of nights ago. When prioritizing the needs of students, you listed safety as your top priority, social emotional wellness at 2, learning at 3, and finances at number 4. It's very interesting to me as a clinical school social worker in a neighboring district that social emotional wellness is listed as one of your top priorities when you've not presented any data on that topic all year. How can you possibly decide against coming back to school when you don't know where these kids are at emotionally and that is one of your top priorities? I can only speak from my professional experience in my district, which is a comparable district in the area. I know I've mentioned that we can no longer find room in our area behavioral health hospitals because they are at capacity. Children are not doing well. They lack motivation, they are depressed, they lack social interaction, and they're anxious to even get back to school. Not a day goes by that I don't see the negative impact experienced by my students who are not engaged in learning and in our building. Children are multidimensional. I think we know as educators that children learn and grow in their relationships with human contact, especially when we are talking about younger children. The brain's capacity develops most fully when children and youth feel emotionally and physically safe and when they feel connected, engaged, and challenged. Learning is just as much social and emotional as it is academic. Positive relationships and emotions such as interest and excitement open the mind to learning. Negative emotions such as fear and failure, anxiety, and self-doubt reduce the capacity of the brain to process information and learn. There is nothing you can say as educators, regardless of the letters behind your name, that can argue with those facts. At the very least, our elementary school children need to be and should have been in the building for most of this school year. You can't put a price tag on this, and since you are, what happened to our COVID relief funds? What concerns me and continues to do so is how this administration and board continue to ignore parents as stakeholders advocating for their children. I feel strongly, as I know many of you do, that this board is no longer the voice for the majority, but their own strong beliefs. That is not to say that there are parents who disagree with sending their children back. 88% of parents do, and you can't ignore that number, especially when those remote students are able to have their option. The CDC guidelines can no longer be your excuse. I should have started off by saying how much I appreciate my children's teachers and the administration in their schools. I don't feel anyone has set out to hurt our children, and that is why you are here in this business, as I am. However, I truly believe you've let our students down. Your inability to look ahead and develop a thorough plan to meet student need as a parent, it is almost unbelievable to people who are educators who I work with in other districts that we have been asynchronous all year. I work with teachers who are teaching in the classroom and Zooming all day and able to teach kids in all settings. The entire reason you have such a dysfunctional plan and cannot educate quarantine students, as well as go back in April and without uprooting students, is your complete and utter lack of planning. If we had a board that asked more questions, an administration that formed committees of stakeholders, and worked with union leaders to come up with a more feasible plan to meet student needs, we would not find ourselves in this position. So when people ask why we want to change when there's only 2 months left, we say to you, you've had many months to think about this, considering you knew things that could change at the drop of a hat. Education in the building for our
Thank
children
you.
is not a luxury,
Thank
it
you.
is a right. In every other district, they
I'm
can
sorry,
do
your
it, and
time's
so
up.
can
Thank
you.
you. So now we have 2 red comments that required an accommodation. So when Dr. Layden starts, if you could start the 3 minutes.
The first public comment that was submitted to me is from Ms. Shannon Cody. It does not have a community or village that she lives in. I would like to express my concern to the proposed return to learn plan in person. First, I think the process was unfair to families. We were asked to make a very large decision fast and with limited information and limited options. The district should have conducted a full survey including hybrid, and then created a plan. Once the plan was finalized, at that point, parents should have been asked to make a final decision. I would also like to express my concern that we have seen throughout the year. Remote parents are asked to sacrifice. We are consistently treated as second-class citizens. We politely interact with school administration, but we see no results. Others are disrespectful and get immediate changes. Our children are at the highest risk based on the district's own data, yet we potentially have to sacrifice all year with limited live instruction and technology challenges and no specials. Yet we as parents understood this when we made the choice for our families based on our needs and safety. Others apparently don't have to abide by their choice. I am also concerned about the cost for full in-person plan. We pay the same taxes as others in the community, but we receive less live instruction and have the possibility of a teacher change within 6 weeks of school. The only positive in this crazy year is that we love our teacher. Don't take that away.
Thank you.
The second public comment that was...
And if you could reset the 3 minutes, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Yep. The second public comment that was submitted was Dr. Lisa Tingler. I'm very concerned about Kaneland's return to learn plan. This plan does not take into consideration remote learners at all. Remote students who chose to continue to stay remote should not switch their teachers because the guidance has changed. They are in a routine with their teachers. Why would the district disrupt that? Why should any students have to switch home schools to fit into the new building? Has anyone thought of remote learners' social emotional needs? Many of us parents are keeping the kids afloat by telling them that this year isn't normal and all peers are split apart. When you bring most students together, that changes. Remote learners will feel even more left out than ever. Where is the district's plan to remedy that? Education time with a live teacher will not be changed under this plan for remote students. They will continue to receive 2.5 hours of live instruction, and they are in-person learners. Peers will receive 6 hours. They will not receive any live science, social studies, or exploratories. How is that even close to equitable? RTI office hours are not as acceptable answer to make up for this time difference. Your plan must include positive changes for remote learners too. This return to learn plan, again, is another reactionary plan the district has put into place. I understand the district will be getting money from the government to help with the costs of these changes. However, this money does not help the district during the 21-22 school year also. Take your time, plan for the changes, and get all the students into school for next year. Why would we spend $200,000 to add less than 20 days of in-person learning that every student still won't be using? And let's be real, most students start to check out after spring break anyways. We don't even know if these changes will be the same changes we have made for the next year. The district didn't even give all parents, and I'm guessing teachers, the option to choose if we would rather keep our hybrid schedule for the rest of the year or start fresh in the fall. Many parents, and my guess is teachers too, would rather stay in their routine for the last 7 weeks and not be disrupted. These are just a few concerns I have. I do not have time to mention them all. We would like to see the district fix major issues in the return to learn plan. Please survey parents and teachers on what type of learning models they really want for the last 7 weeks, especially now that we know more details about the possibility of switching teachers, schools, and the amount of money to be spent. Parents would like to see regular updates on a proactive plan to institute full in-person instruction for the 2021-22 school year. Lastly, we would like to see responsible fiscal planning in the district. Thank you, Dr. Lisa Tingler.
Okay, we'll move on to G1, discussion and approval of Kaneland Return to Learn plan.
Yep, over the next, thank you, President Sparber. Before we start, I would like to just say a note and share a note of appreciation to our entire community. This has been, my guess would be for families and students, the most challenging year of their career. Appreciative of our board, of our administration, our teachers, our staff, our students, and our families. There's been a lot to adapt to this year, a lot to respond to, and I'm very proud of how Kaneland has done responding this year. I do know that regardless of our conversation tonight, that our year will finish strong and our students will do well, and we will do as much as we can for our students. In another minute, as Dr. Mumm comes up and shares the EC5 Return to Learn updated plan, and then Mr. Raleigh, the 6 through 8 and the 9 through 12. Please know that at the conclusion of each of their sections, while they're still up there, we'll encourage board questions at that time. I know it could be lengthy. There's a lot that goes into this and has gone into it, so we'll use that time to answer questions and pose future plans as part of that discussion. Please also know that after each of those sections, Dr. Mumm will close, and she has a recommendation based on the information that she will be sharing, and based on feedback, she'll provide a recommendation. And also at that point, please also know that the data and the plans have been reviewed, and that recommendation is from Cabinet also. So while Dr. Mumm is sharing it, it is a full administration and Cabinet recommendation that we do have. And please also know that after the close of the survey that we had from families, and also with other information that we've included in the Return to Learn plan, some of the data from the Tuesday night, or some of the presentation from Tuesday night has changed. So as we go through the slides, you'll see that there's some new information and different information. Can you bring up the plan on the monitors here?
President Sparber, just a question about, I think, format. So will we be holding a discussion at the conclusion of this, or is the discussion kind of web throughout?
I think after each section, is
Yes.
that the best? So after the elementary, let's.
I meant as a board.
No, that's what I mean too.
Oh, okay,
I think
so, okay.
not just questions, but, and then we'll have a discussion at the very end
Yes.
too.
That's
But I
all right.
think-
As part of the questions, yes.
But some substance, I think, during each section would probably be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll continue while they bring up the presentation so board members can also see it on the monitors. One important note, as you'll see in this slide when it's up there, that one of the points Kaneland, and we are proud of for this year, is that we have followed the guidance to date, and that guidance from the fall helped drive our Return to Learn plan, helped drive our hybrid model, and then one of the things we're really proud of was in the fall, as a number of districts, based on their demographics, and every district is different based on their details, weren't able to get up and running in a hybrid model. We are glad that we were able to, and our teachers, our staff, and our students did a great job in November and December during the adaptive pause as we had to transition to live synchronous learning. So we are proud of that, and we're also proud that after the holiday break, our families did a wonderful job making good decisions, and some of the fear of the outbreak after the winter break was mitigated, and we've been able to stay in school ever since. A lot of our decisions and actions have been based on the Kane County Health Department, as well as the Regional Office of Education. We continue to have regular updates and meetings and get important updates from them. The curriculum directors, Dr. Mumm and Mr. Raleigh, both have reached out to other districts, reached out to statewide entities to help determine assessments and plans as we return. Please also know that we've met with other advisory councils and used feedback from families. Also, one other note, as we talk about our Return to Learn plan, one of our strengths is the fact that our students have been in school at the rate of 87%. So I think as we do our research and we look at the viability of bringing students back, I think our strength of our students coming to school is definitely to be noted and to be applauded. But at 6 feet and then at 3 feet, there have been some challenges that I know that Dr. Mumm and Mr. Raleigh will both note as they share some of their return plans. If you could advance the slide, thank you. Some of our considerations, as you've seen in the slides already, student safety, as we've talked about at the beginning of the school year, I think one of our successes has been our mitigation of contact tracing, our mitigation of positive cases. We still have been able to go through the year without an instance of confirmed positive transmission from either a staff or a student. So we are proud of our students and our staff for the following of the rules and the guidelines to date. Our social emotional wellness, as we bring students back, as we recommend bringing students back, and as we've had them in the building this year, it's been a challenge to be able to assess how they're doing, because as some students have noted, they're okay how they are, and then some really need a drastic change. So as we reach out, our social workers and teachers have done an exceptional job trying to do their best to connect to students to see how they're doing. The learning progression, you will hear a little bit from Dr. Mumm and Mr. Raleigh, the learning progression, and then what that would look like with a shift to increased in-person learning. And then also, as you know, within the slides, there's also noted finances that do play a role in making some of these decisions that the board will be discussing later tonight. If you could advance it. Thank you. As you've seen in the updated guidance a couple weeks ago, as we anticipated that it was coming, one of the things we anticipated was the change from the possibility of 6 feet of social distancing down to 3 feet of social distancing, and that indeed is what took place. A lot of the other changes, or one of the other major changes, is the change in person for indoor spaces from 50 to the number or the capacity that each room can host. So each of those rooms are slightly different. So one of the benefits of that is we will be able to utilize different facilities a little bit differently for our benefit and for our safety to socially distant students. A couple of things that remained unchanged was the 50 person bus capacity. That is a little bit of a challenge for us, just because of the fact that we do have a high bus ridership and the number of students that do ride the bus, and to be able to social distance on a bus with 50 is challenging. And so then knowing that we have to continue that as we bring more students back, that will be a challenge. But Dr. Fuchs in the transportation department will do their best job to make sure that they are safe while they're on our buses. Those were a couple of the notes that, again, I wanted to share overall of what has led us to this point, the guidance that we have followed, and we do know that guidance could be changing and will be changing from the governor and the IDPH, and as we do get that guidance, we will continue to monitor that and provide updates to the school board. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Mumm. And again, as I shared, there are a number of slides, and I'm sure there'll be questions and discussions that our board will have, and we're happy to answer those questions.
The first thing Mr. Raleigh and I wanted to do was share the survey results. The survey, as you know, was a short time frame. It was somewhat of a catch-22. Do you send the survey out to get the interest of the families and the students in order to understand how many would want to shift to different structures, in order to give more fine detail, grade level by grade level, of what the requests were? Ideally, we always love to share surveys with every detail already pre-planned, but so many of those details were dependent upon the number of families that would switch back to full remote, into full in-person, and so we needed the perception of the families in order to develop and fine-tune the details of the plan that we have been drafting for quite some time. The EC5 data does show 88.6% of the families on the survey do want full in-person, with 11.4% at full remote. We already know that 86% do select hybrid, because that's what we currently have at the EC5 level. Our enrollment is 1,749, so a response rate of 1,540 is a large portion of our enrollment.
Our enrollment is made up of 222 current full remote students and 1,527 current hybrid students, just to give you a little bit of the background on the data. The survey also was vetted, and the draft of the survey was shared prior to sending out with Northern Illinois University. We have a partnership with the Data and Research and Dr. Reeves at Northern Illinois that gives us the feedback on the language, the types of questions, what's the intent of the survey. So we did send it to our partnership and got the feedback prior to sending it out.
Can I ask a question really quick?
Yes.
Do you know why we didn't include asking if people wanted hybrid as well?
The feedback that came back from our partnership is that K-8, you know that number because of the current students that are selecting hybrid.
Okay.
And it was at 86%, and I think Patrick has the percent for hybrid at the middle school.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Moon.
Yes, at the middle school, we are looking at, currently we're about 83% of our students. There is a response rate of 696. We have about 990 students at our middle school currently. And based off of that survey, about 88.2% said that they would be looking at that full in-person model based on our survey. That's a change, a difference of about 48 students from our current hybrid model that have indicated that they would change from one structure to another. It's a little bit different at the high school, and we did put some additional information into the high school section based on the impact that course selection, credits, graduation requirements had on the high school. We did add a couple other options to see if there would be interest in remaining in a hybrid model, knowing that there are some unique circumstances where switching from remote to hybrid could impact courses, and then vice versa. So switching from hybrid to a remote setting could impact some of the courses based on selections, availability, teachers, certifications. There's a lot of different moving parts at the high school. What we did with this survey, after looking at the responses, we went through as an administrative team and we went line by line, response to make sure that there were no duplicate students that were answered. We made sure that there were no that all of the survey responses were valid. If there were incomplete responses, if there were blank responses, all of those were filtered out before we got that. Our response rate was a little bit lower at the high school, a little over 830. We have close to 1,300 students currently enrolled at our high school. Our current numbers, we have about 88% of those students are in hybrid. I think there's between 165 and 168 that are currently in a remote setting. With that, I will turn it over to Dr. Mumm to start to look at our plans.
So like Mr. Rowley said, as the survey came in, we started to work over the weekend to look at what switches were indicated by families, by students, and really start to place them into the specific sections. Prior to that, for weeks we've been looking at the size of rooms in different buildings, the differences between room A and room B within a building, as well as all sections within our current structure. We already knew who was in hybrid, and so we knew an approximate number of those that would be added together. A couple of the assumptions to share. According to the new guidance, 6 feet is still needed in the lunch area. So we knew if we wanted to provide a lunch option at the elementary, we would need to find a space big enough to house students so when they take off their mask to eat, they would still have that 6 feet separation. In most of the schools, that would come in the gym area. And so that's one of the assumptions for this structure. We do know there needs to be 49 or fewer students on the bus according to the guidance, and then we have 2 schools that are slightly larger in classrooms because they are newer, and so they can go up to 22 students in a classroom and 20 at our older 2 elementary schools. A couple of other things that we looked at are the use of the asynchronous days and holding those 3 remaining ones so that we could have further contact with small groups of students, quarantine students, planning, contact with other at-risk students or enhancement students during those times. And then we wanted to look at the full remote structure and start to look, can we condense some of those classes together to expand time? What were the numbers coming in, looking at shifts, and finding that they will need to remain in group 1 and 2 because of the low number of respondents that were coming out of full remote into hybrid. You got that? Okay. Couple other assumptions is looking at the lunch area. How much time would need to be needed in between lunch periods? If you have more students back, we have more tables to sanitize in between. We looked at that 5 to 8 minute period and would it be feasible? And actually walking the structure of what that would look like and timing it out to make sure that it is doable. We also looked at the use of additional plexiglass. We walked every room. The principals and assistant principals have looked every single room, counted tables, counted numbers that they would have, determined what furniture would need to be removed in order to fit the certain numbers within the classroom, and what plexiglass structures may be needed. And we're getting all of that finalized together after board approval, but all the walks have been done. We did look at the exploratory schedules, because when you add more students in, and if you add a section, that changes the exploratory schedule for the whole building. And so what exploratory teachers had that time to add that exploratory time in, and they've revamped their exploratory schedules with a variety of different options over the last month. We also looked at any additional office hours that can be offered to our full remote students. So, we often use abbreviations in education. We forget that maybe not everyone knows the exact abbreviation, so we wanted to put the slide in. So as we refer to KSS, KST, KME, and KBK, you'll know what school we're talking about. So the first one we want to look at is early childhood. Our early childhood center is at Blackberry Creek. It currently is in 4 days, which is our typical early childhood schedule for their typical early childhood time. We are not recommending any shifts to that because based on the survey, we would only have one full remote student returning back into the hybrid model, and we have spaces for that within the early childhood. But it is part of our EC5 group, so we wanted to make sure that we reported any shift at all for that. The next sections, we're going to go grade level by grade level, and we did color code just to make it a bit easier to see the recommendations. If a section is color coded in red, that is an additional new section that would require in order to balance our numbers either at 22 or 20, depending at the school. The green color code tells you that this section is full. And so if a new student moved in, if the entire grade span was green, they would need to be shuttled to a different building. If just one section within the grade span is green, that student, we have how many open spots there are at each school. And then yellow, which we initially thought we would have to do, it means that the section is just slightly bigger than what the room can hold, so we need to look for alternative locations. Fortunately, we were able to problem solve and not have any of those sections needed at this time. Good? So our K2 kind of summary, which you'll see in the charts following that, is that we do have some sections and grade spans that are full at certain buildings. With a number of family responses for kindergarten coming back, John Shields Elementary School would have all their kindergarten sections full at this time. So any new registrations in the next 7 weeks would need to be shuttled to McDowell, which is just south of Shields. And then McDowell has, currently the way that their second grade structure works is they typically have 3 sections, but one of the section teachers is our full remote teacher. And so they're currently working on A and B grades sections of 16, 17 students, so we would need to add an additional FTE to balance those to 22 or under 22 each. If you were to add them together, you can't start with 32 students in a full in-person because of the 3-foot guideline. Based on that, we will have some students schedule or teachers change in that second grade at McDowell because of the increase of the FTE. So you can see visually, you can see all of our sections of hybrid added together, plus going through the survey, adding the specific student by student into the exact section that they're going to go back to. And you can see at the kindergarten level, just what I shared, that John Shields is completely full and right at those capped points. And you might say, well, she said 20 a second ago, but those add up to 22 and 23. The kindergarten rooms at Shields, we were very lucky, are slightly the bigger ones in the building. And with smaller 5-year-old bodies, that shoulder to shoulder distance does allow it to go up to 22 or 23. First grade. First grade, you can see our open spots. We actually have quite a few open spots that could accommodate more students coming in. We did not need to make any schedule changes, teacher changes, or classroom changes. I think the bottom line of full remote is very important because you can see how we cannot condense those together in order to recoup an FTE, because otherwise we'd have full remote sections of nearing 30, and we know that that's not best practice in online learning specifically. Second grade, you'll see the red of the recommended FTE to add, not necessarily because of full remote coming back, but because of the hybrid structure of already starting with 16, 17 in their A group and their B group, and not being able to condense that together and still have the space in the room. So you will see that 10 and 10 right under add FTE are the 20 students in which we will change their classroom teacher placement for the remaining portion. 3-5 gets a little bit trickier. We have a third grade at Shields that needs to add an FTE. They were slightly over the amount, and we were unable to balance them under the 20s. They are in rooms that can only fit 20s, and third graders, their physical body gets a little bit bigger than 5-year-olds. Because of that, we would need to switch some of their teacher placements as well. One of the 3 third grade sections at McDowell and Stewart are full, which you will see. And then we have a full 5th grade section at Shields, but not the whole grade span. And then we need an FTE for 4th grade at McDowell, and then 4th and 5th grade, 4th grade at Blackberry Creek, and 4th and 5th grade at McDowell, due to, again, the hybrid numbers plus the return of full remote. From the survey, we do have 29 full remote students returning and 9 hybrid students wanting to go to full remote. So kind of just to give a ballpark of how many are transitioning across the 4 buildings and across the 6th grade levels. Due to the extra sections that come at the intermediate level, we will have a couple exploratory teachers teach a section outside of their typical content area. Because physical education is required by school code, some of our exploratory teachers will need to teach a session or 2 of physical education. You can go to the charts. So this is a visual summary, and again, I think the full remote numbers are also important, simply because you can't see where you can condense to replace that FTE. You can see the full sections at Stewart and McDowell, and you can see the additional sections. So Shields, 3rd grade, will become a 5-section team. 4th grade, you can see where we've added at Blackberry. That would be a 4th grade teacher that teaches ELA and math in a traditional model and not the KPAS model. KPAS model is when you have a STEM teacher that pairs with an ELA teacher. And so that teacher will be a traditional 4th grade teacher teaching the class for the full day science, social studies, math, and ELA. You can see the Shield section that is full. And then the KME 4th grade teacher pairs with the next slide. Now you got it. The KME 5th grade that will need to be paired up. You can see the 5th grade at Shields, just like the kindergarten, is also full. It will need to shift 1 or 2 students from the 22 to take it down to the 20, because those rooms do need to stay at 20 or under, especially at 5th graders. We know that they are also a little bit bigger than our kindergarten. And if anyone else came to Shields 5th grade, they would need to shuttle to McDowell and then eventually shuttle to Blackberry if we had that many new registrations. In talking with the principals yesterday, approximate new registrations that happen after spring break are on average about 12 across the 4 buildings. They typically have a pretty big push, to be honest, of new registrations in March. And they actually, I believe, added, about 11, 12 just in the month of March. But they are here. Typically after spring break, it tends to slow down. I think families may know if there's a move coming, it might be a good time to conclude that move if possible prior to spring break. And so we typically don't have that many move-in students after spring break to the end of the year. The assumptions, the one assumption I want to cover, I think we've covered all of them except for the bottom one. Because of the configuration of special education students at Blackberry and Shields that want to return, those that would be shifting to an additional section, and the fact that we do some co-teaching, as well as some of our special education teachers are doing both full remote and hybrid currently. When you bring both A and B on site, we do need extra special education teachers in those 2 schools to service our higher minute grade levels. Some other considerations that didn't, that kind of go across all of the grade spans, K-5, are really the lunch being conducted in a different location. It does displace our physical education. We are getting to a point where we're hoping for better weather. We try to push our physical education outdoors. We know it's not always feasible in April and May. And so at times that physical education may need to take place in the multipurpose room or in the student's classroom. We have done some research with districts that have been doing physical education in the student's classroom. Certain things like yoga, more nutritional health lessons. Some of those lessons that aren't typically within our curriculum will be added to our physical education curriculum because we're displacing them out of the gym area. Our technology classrooms in the walk around the schools are our smallest classrooms. They typically only fit about 16 socially distanced at 3 feet. So our technology classrooms will need to be in 2 locations that are back to each other, the tech room and the LRC, the library, or fully moved into the library, except at 1 building where the technology is housed in a little bit bigger classroom. So 3 out of the 4 schools will see the technology exploratory shift to a different room. Because of exploratory staff having to teach outside their content, we do want to give them the support to look at the curriculum if they haven't taught it before, partner with the teachers that are teaching it, help them with the assessments that are coming up in the spring, help them with the standards, the reported standards, the proficiency tables, and would like to compensate for their planning process to make that transition. We do have full remote, smaller class sizes at every grade level. Yes, only 29 full remote students came back, but they were spread out among the 6th grade levels, which did reduce the class sizes in most of our sections of full remote. And let's see, a couple special education student schedules will shift. As I had previously shared, some of our special ed teachers teach both remote and hybrid. And if they have 1 schedule on A and 1 schedule on B, when you merge those together, we need to do some shifts, and groupings may shift a little bit with our IEP students. Our response to intervention right now can service more students because they're in an A and a B schedule. So we're going to meet with our response to interventionists and kind of look at how can we merge groups, what are those group sizes, and then redo that response to intervention schedule as well. So there may be some shifts with RTI services for students. Overall, we have some definite costs to make it all happen. Because we have lunch in a different area and more students, we do need additional lunch monitors. For recess, we're adding additional zones. A zone right now is an area on the recess place or playground. It's not just the playground, it's other areas outside where you stay with your class. So you kind of recess in cohorts or recess in pods. And for Shields, for example, if we add a 5th section at 2nd grade, or 3rd grade, sorry, then we need that many recess zones. With additional zones, we may have to expand a bit into the spaces behind our schools and therefore need some recess monitors. This is my probably shameless plug of, this is when we need help from the community. We need people to come to the job fair next week, sign up with Dr. Atkins to be a lunch monitor, a recess monitor, and a gatekeeper. A gatekeeper is a fancy way of saying we're going to check in students. Gatekeeping, everyone we hope self-certifies. We can't ask parents enough to really self-certify. Right before the students come at the elementary, we do print lists or pull up lists on our computer, either way, of students that either didn't self-certify or self-certified but come up as a yellow because one of the questions was a yes question. And then we have gatekeepers at 6 entrances at every building that will check our yellow or uncertified students, just like you are checked in at the board meeting with temperature checks and asking questions. Because you're doubling the amount of students coming in, some teachers need to get to their classrooms to welcome students during that first period. So we do need an additional 2 gatekeepers per school. And again, a wonderful community opportunity to come and support, be a gatekeeper, come into the schools and consistently help us so that it's a fluid process and we can get to learning for the day. Some of the materials, because we're adding sections, we do need some more English language arts materials, as well as the PPE and plexiglass dividers. And then transportation has no cost impacts for early childhood through 5th grade. Ultimately, you can see the summary of all the FTEs we went through in the first column, the gatekeepers and monitors in the second. The moving prep column is anytime we do ask a teacher to move and pack their classroom, we do have a contractual rate for that, as well as the planning hours if you're asked to teach a different content outside of your main content area. And then you can see the materials. Not only is it the physical teaching materials, but the laptops. Every teacher has a laptop to do attendance, to do grading, to project things during learning. And so we would need to get laptops for those 7 FTEs that we are recommending. The total comes down to the $81,921. I know that number differs slightly from the packet that went out. That's because we needed to go in and go section by section, add every single student in from the survey, and remake our final sections. And that's where an additional 2 FTE came during that conversation with our administrative team just yesterday.
So Dr. Mum, can I stop you for a second?
You bet.
So because that changed, does that mean the number of students who now have different teachers also changed?
Nope, there's 70 total shifts, and 29 of those shifts come from full remote coming in.
Okay.
And so they knew that they would have a different teacher coming back. The remaining 41 are students because of those additional FTEs.
So, okay, walk those numbers one more time for me. Sorry, so
70 total
70
shifts.
and 41?
Yep, 70
Oh, so
shifts,
that
29.
is- So we discussed that, okay.
Yep. So 40 students that have been possibly in hybrid
Yeah,
will have a teacher change.
right. Again, so this kind of goes back to that question I asked before. Why not offer hybrid? And is it because we can't offer hybrid remote and face-to-face?
The difficulty of doing that is that you will need a lot more FTE in order to do that.
Right.
Because if you have the hybrid room that's in an A-B model, that teacher obviously can't be used for any other sections and sees a consistent amount of students, but it still isn't going to be much variance. They may see 24 students compared to the 20 students.
Right.
It's just over less days. And so the FTE essentially, depending on exactly where that would fall, if 88% of our families selected in person and 86% now are in hybrid, the assumption would be that most of our hybrid families would be choosing in person even if hybrid was offered.
So that's interesting
Maybe
because
not.
we actually got a bunch of emails that said the opposite of that. right? All day long and.
All week long.
All day long, right?
And almost all of them this week have been
Yeah.
saying, we don't want to go back full-time, we want hybrid, we want to maintain the status quo through the end of the year.
Right, so that assumption then might be wrong, right? If we
it may be.
offered that, in fact, many of those parents asked, can we do the survey over so that I could pick hybrid this time?
I'm sorry, but this isn't the time for the public comments, just the time for public discussion.
So a couple more points on the early childhood for fifth grade. You're spot on that I don't know the exact number that would remain just in hybrid.
Yeah.
That would be something we would need to further survey. And talking with our partnership at NIU, it was that that's a known quantity and to not ask it on the survey, and we took their guidance.
And I'm not faulting
Yeah.
it. I actually think this survey was designed much better than the last one. So kudos to you. I think this was great. But I just think what happened was like you said, we did a little, searching, and then we got information back, and people said, well, if I had more information, I would pick something different then, right? And so, and I think that's the problem with, it's a catch-22.
It is.
You have to ask the question to find out the information. You have to ask another question then. And I think it's significant, the number of people who reached out in the last few days, right? I think that number is a very large number that we are not giving a voice to then if we just say, well, these are the only two options you have.
I concur. I think there were a lot of emails that I know, I'm sure you all received maybe more than I did. I think on some of the emails, the content and the decision might be based on the fear that I won't have my teacher.
Yes.
And so to kind of know the ballpark of, it is 40 students out of 1,749, I think that would be an indicator to share if we were to ask the parents again.
But is it only 40?
So should we continue this
It's
section?
70 total, 29 are former.
You might have been called out on before, but.
Sorry,
There you go again.
So I have a question. Do we have a pool at this stage, a pool of teachers or FTE, whatever it may be?
The ones that we're requesting to hire?
Correct. Is there a pool out there?
We do. Typically for elementary, the hiring pool is a little bit deeper than a specialty area like middle school or high school. And so if you're kind of K-8 certified, K-3 certified, or 2-6 certified, you typically have a larger pool because the endorsements go further than a social science endorsement.
Thank you.
Our principals did pull applications yesterday in case this was board approved.
Thank you.
Two more things real quick. The Wednesday structure is pretty essential. We only took 7 total for the semester. We do have 3 remaining. That is our time that we really are spending and targeting our intentional non-learners, having conversations with them, whether they're intentionally not engaging in full remote or intentionally not engaging in hybrid, or even when you bring back students full-time, you still can have those that are disconnected, disengaged, or possibly need to problem solve through the trauma of change. And so our asynchronous days allow us to do behavior team meetings, team planning, and reaching out to targeted subgroups. So we are recommending that we keep the 3 asynchronous days. That would mean that there's a total of 17 additional days for A and 17 additional days for B if we come back full in person. And the one suggestion we are doing, just because of the structure of the way spring break and other things fall, is that on April 5th is School Improvement Day that's been approved in the school calendar since last January. We would have our School Improvement Day, and then on that Wednesday is the first asynchronous day. We are asking to move that asynchronous day for early childhood through 5th grade to the Tuesday and start full in-person on the 7th. We felt that it would be confusing to students and families to not come on Monday after spring break because of the SIP day, come on Tuesday, not come on Wednesday, then come on Thursday, that we would like to shift to that asynchronous day to the 6th, which also gives teachers and the district and maintenance time to shift furniture, time to get name tags on. If you've ever visited an elementary classroom, There's a lot in it. There's welcome tags, there's cubbies, you put the child's name on a cubby, and we want to make sure that the environment is welcoming and ready, and shifting that asynchronous day would assist in that process as well. We are also recommending that March 24th be a remote planning day for any grade span that has approval of the full in-person learning, so that we can make class lists on that day and communicate with families if there would be a teacher change prior to spring break.
Say that again?
March 24th, which is the Wednesday coming up,
Okay.
we would like, we want to communicate with families prior to spring break if there's any teacher change, schedule change, and so we wanted that to be, the state has allowed 5 remote planning days. We have used 4, we would like to use our 5th one for any grade span that the board does approve a learning structure change for.
And as a reminder, those days are approved by the state, and those days are not made up at the end of the school year, as opposed to other days, emergency days are made up, and that the update will be brought to the board for that one. But as Dr. Mumm talked about, the remote learning planning days, those are not made up at the end of the school year.
And then one final slide before the recommendation. We do have a successful K-5 tutoring program, thanks to the funding of the board and the amazing teachers that have stepped up to tutor. As you can remember, it focuses on writing. We've already had some success. Some tutors reach out and say, the student's ready to be dismissed from tutoring, so that's a huge celebration. However, we still have the need for tutoring. We're entering into midway through our first round of tutoring. Our second round of tutoring would start after spring break. We would like to be able to service as many kids as possible. So even if they came back full in person, we would like to designate an A and B group for tutoring and have them stay after on just one of the 2 days, or the A days and the B days, not combine the groups, because we really want that 1-to-10 ratio group for our tutoring. So as you can see, question time and recommendation. It is the recommendation of the administration that we go full in person for K-5 students.
All right, so I think we're going to try to go for maybe one question at a time and keep going round robin. So
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think we're going to try to go one question at a time and go a bit round robin. So whoever wants to jump in.
I'll start, or, go ahead.
She had raised her hand, but she's
I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Go
polite.
ahead, please. Ladies first.
Dr. Mumm, for the April 7th shift, would that happen across all grade spans so that kids or parents that have kids in kindergarten and 8th grade are on the same schedule, or?
Any grade span that we approve a learning shift for. And so if it's just early childhood through 5th, yes. If we approve tonight early childhood through 8th, yes. If it's all 3 grade spans, it'd be all 3.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I was just wondering if Dr. Fuchs could shed some light. You know, people are throwing out numbers about how much money we're getting. Do you actually have the actual numbers?
I do. For ESSER 1, which is already spent, it was $157,032. ESSER 2, which has not been spent yet, we just received, the grant just opened, basically, about a week ago, $518,818. We have submitted reimbursement to FEMA. Our application is currently in process. It has not been approved yet. I do not have a status update. We've submitted $220,792 to FEMA. So if they approve that, that would be reimbursed. The FEMA grant is primarily for PPE. With the ESSER 2 grant, the one that is the $500,000 there, the 518, we imagine that we will purchase more technology, more plexiglass. We have a whole list of opportunities for that. And then the new money that was just released this week, I don't have a final figure.
And how long do you have to use that money?
The ESSER 2 till 2023. We have plenty of time. like I mentioned, it just opened last week,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, thank you very much.
The one comment I thought of that I wanted to Mrs. Junk's question about the asynchronous days, the other opportunity that asynchronous day also gives us is the ability to onboard and do professional development with our new FTEs hired prior to seeing any students. Of course, we would use the April 5th day also, but having those 2 days back to back with our new FTEs would be a huge, huge benefit for us.
Ryan? Oops, sorry, Pedro.
Clarification on the money, we can't use that for FTE stuff, right?
You can, not the FEMA. The only available right now would be the ESSER 2, the 518, 818, that dollar amount you could.
Okay.
We do not recommend it be used for FTEs unless if you have to. It's federal money, and when you spend federal money like that, they charge you an additional between 10 and 11% for TRS. And so we try to use grant money for things other than FTEs, and then that frees up local money for FTEs, which you don't have to pay that additional 10 to 11%.
All right, so, okay, so we can
Yep.
shift it. We
Yes.
can shift it around. Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
Yep. We try to maximize the way that we use any grant money to be sure that we use it most responsibly.
Thank you.
All right, so you said right now we're at 41 kids that are going to be displaced, get a new teacher, new classroom, something along those lines.
Correct.
And the other part of that is we did the survey and people aren't happy about that, but I think it's a logical conclusion to say if parents were really unhappy about having to go back to school full-time, we would have seen a dramatic increase in the number of kids that were choosing full remote. So I understand people want one thing. Nobody's going to be happy no matter what we do with this whole process. There's always going to be somebody that unfortunately suffers, and I guess the greatest good for the greatest number of students is what I need to look at as a board member. So now I lost my train of thought. Sorry, someone else go ahead.
Good, Aaron?
Okay, so just one, right?
You can do a couple, but
No,
we'll
it's
just
fine.
share.
I'll start with the first one. So my first one is, Dr. Mum, you were talking about things like the trauma of change and like starting welcome tags and starting new routines. That certainly sounds like we're talking about really starting things over. Is that an accurate description of it?
It is to some extent. We have started to outline guidelines for staff of if you have new students that are coming to you, the new FTEs, as well as anyone that might shift 1 or 2 students to balance the sections, you will need a little bit of a reset to go over expectation walks. They are younger developmental students, and you will need that process. A little bit of community building for any new friends that have come into the section, as well as a new section, and some students haven't been in school for the year, and so you will need to get them kind of used to the routines of learning. Do I think it should take the same amount of time as when we start a new school year? No, because a large majority have already been in the structure in hybrid and will understand those routines. And also we know there's tons of peer-to-peer support that our peers that have been there with any of our new incoming students, they can support them along the way. But I also would tell you that I do not think that it will be just jump right into the fractions unit day one.
Right.
They will be in those 70 shifts. There will be some need for routine building, social emotional gathering, community gathering within the classroom.
So that if we're talking about 35 days, right? That's the end of the school year, and we're really gaining only 17, right?
Correct.
Because half of them were already there.
Yep.
Now we're losing a few more because we have to do some building and getting things going and get the routines built up. Like at some point, we're whittling away the days and having an educational impact here. Is that also a fair statement?
That's accurate.
Okay. I'll save my next one.
Does anyone else want to jump in?
I'd like to build on that unless you want to.
No, go ahead.
Brian. So we know that we have, so first I want to say, I think we need to give voice to dozens of parents that emailed us throughout the week to say that they didn't want this. And I think it's fair to say that many of them expressed they didn't feel comfortable coming today. And so I want to make sure that we talk about that so that it's not just the voices in the room that are the only community voices. So with that, many of them said, at this time of the year with 7 weeks left, I just don't want to disrupt my child's schedule like this. And we've talked about when you're going through trauma, consistency is important. But we also know children are really resilient and adapt to change well. So when we balance those two things, what is your professional opinion for what's then best for our children?
Yep, great question. And I know my answer will not apply to every child, and that's the difficult part of giving the professional opinion. But what I can, reflect on is we have done 2 shifts already this year at the elementary level, trimester 1 and trimester 2. We have brought back up to, I think, 75 students over the course of those shifts. And so looking back at those experiences for the students, talking with our staff of how was that transition period for them? Was it a lot of relearning the routine? Was it a lot of the social emotional support? And we have not seen that considerably in those that chose to come back. And I know there's a difference in change for those that are choosing to come back versus those that I've been in this room, I didn't ask for a change, and now you're forcing it on me. And that's a different structure that we don't have experience with. We have had, I hate to use the experience, but it's the only other experience I can kind of connect to. We do have experiences where staff go out for a longer term leave, on FMLA, and we look at the resiliency of students of your teacher left in March for 2 months. How did that kind of congregation of students do? And the students successfully do manage that. At the same time, I know that's not completely apples to apples because they're staying fully together as a class. 2 of them aren't leaving, so they have the class community built. And so I know there's no great replication of it. I do think our younger students are very resilient and have the ability for change a little bit easier than some of maybe our older developed students.
Thank you.
We also have support structures. We are very blessed as a district to have social workers and psychologists in every elementary school currently. And so we have the support structures available. And it's sometimes easier to monitor those SEL needs when we have them on site day to day than not.
Thank you.
Are there some, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask if you figured it out yet.
My packet doesn't match the screen, so my questions are misplaced.
Are there supports in place for teachers for their emotional and mental health, and are we communicating those frequently and often, and are we making sure that, our administrators, walking the buildings and talking to people and just asking people if they're okay?
We do have many of our administrators that kind of do a weekly check-in through a Google form initially, and then also walk the building. I can think of one that calls it the Monday check-in, and they ask staff to please fill out how are you feeling, levels of anxiety, stress, what's concerning you, so that informs them specifically who might need a deeper check-in than not. From Ed Services, we do put in our weekly blog at times, the self-care, taking time for yourself, managing that. We have had sessions at our school improvement days on those topics as well. And then we have instructional coaches, again, a huge benefit to us that this year, obviously our instructional coaches are primarily academic support structure, but in meeting with the 4 of them at the elementary level, they have expressed to me in our monthly meetings that their job has shifted a bit this year to also kind of that emotional support and problem-solving coach, not just the academic structures. And so we've got a couple of different avenues. Is it a foolproof plan? No. But we're trying to reach out and find and provide as many resources as well as ask the right questions.
I think it's important that we as board members, we always talk about valuing our teachers and appreciating our teachers, but we need to understand that we need to value them in addition to what they do for our children. We need to value them as people and we need to value them as employees, and we need to be respectful of their labor groups and have fair labor practices. It's, they are stakeholders, just like parents, and many of them are parents in our district and taxpayers. And so we need to, make sure that it's not just, hey, are you well enough to come in and teach the kids? We need to make sure that we follow up with them and make sure that they're well and valued and taken care of as well.
Agreed. And we did share this plan with our educator advisory group, just as a precursor to kind of problem solve some of those structures, get that feedback. And some of the questions are very much, that's SEL support of how am I going to do this? And so that really has helped us set those guidelines of support and map out those additional, the remote planning day kind of structure, as well as shifting our SIP day and what activities we do on that to support them based on the feedback we got from them.
Great, thank you very much.
You had mentioned during your presentation that there would be some shifts in IEPs. Could you elaborate on that?
Yep, two things that really cause those shifts. First is when you have, right now our case managers or special education teachers, on one day they manage the A student IEPs and B student IEPs, and some also have full remote sections in there. When you merge those students back, a couple things might happen. A, if I typically met with your group at 9:20, but I also had a B group at 9:20, but you have different goals, I now need to find two separate times to meet with those groups because they're not focused on the same things, even though they have the same time.
Okay.
And so we have to rearrange the schedules, look at the groups and say, which ones can we combine because they're focused on the same similar goals, and then balance that with what remote student IEP groups I still have left in my schedule, and how do I kind of map that out again. So in some cases, like the ones I just explained, it may be a shift in the time frame of the day, but you'd still remain with the same teacher.
Okay.
In another instance, we had full remote students coming back to a building. Their full remote special education teacher still has groups that can't be condensed to free her up, and she's on site at another building, which she could service them because it was full remote, but she's not going to be physically there anymore in that building they're coming to. And so now we need to find a special education teacher that's on site that has them in their schedule, that becomes their case manager and does their IEP minutes. So in that case, the student has an IEP schedule change, time change, as well as the instructor change.
Okay.
Will remote students on IEPs get shifted as well, and just kind of condense for me? I know you talked about it a couple times throughout, but the impact on the full remote?
Yep, I don't want to say it's a never for our special ed full remote students that are remaining special ed, but the likelihood of that is much more minimal, because that's the reason we can't free up that teacher, is because she wants to remain with that full remote schedule that they have had for the larger portion of the year. But could there be a case where a full remote time frame shifts? It could, sure.
Like the RTI and those pieces as well.
The RTI office hours will remain the same, but possibly some full remote RTI service groups could shift, doing the exact same thing that I described in special ed with RTI, looking at the groups, seeing how we can condense them. If you can't condense them, where can you put them into the schedule? The one thing that we did hold fast on is to make sure that the RTI still has office hours for our full remote students to come in, have that engagement, and have that conversation with a live teacher when they are not in synchronous learning. For the most part, to kind of summarize to your question of outside of IEP and RTI, would the full remote schedules change or teacher change? No, none of those are changing. We do have 9 hybrid students going to full remote. And so for those 9, the schedule and teacher changes because that's a known change from hybrid to remote. But all the other remote students will stay with their same teacher, same group designation, either group 1 or group 2, and same schedule.
You have to have one.
I have plenty.
Go
ahead. It's my turn. So this is probably a really tough question, but I hope you've got a good answer. How do you choose who gets moved? Which kids draw the short straw?
We hope it's not a short straw. We hope it's a great choice to move with any educator. But our administrative team did go through that and write kind of a process guideline. The first guideline is there a previous family connection to the educator that we're moving them to? So for instance, maybe my 6th grader now had teacher X, but my 2nd grader's not with teacher X, they're with teacher Y. But I know family-wise there is a connection there. We may consider moving that student into that family Y classroom to balance the sections.
Okay.
After that, we really look at behavioral interactions and connections among students. Sometimes we have students that are in A group and B group that are amazing with the same teacher, but when blended together, might have a different dynamic and interaction. It might be a successful dynamic, or from previously knowing the students and the history of students, it might not be the best configuration. And so we would look at the interactions and connections of students. Beyond that, we do know our students, at least for this portion of the year for kindergarten, if not multiple years for most. And so we know a little bit of their resiliency to change, their ability to process change. You can tell from knowing students which ones are the risk takers and probably could have a different teacher every day, and those that zero chance that they could shift to a different experience. And it would take so long to acclimate to it that it's not a successful shift. And thank goodness that we have not only the classroom teachers that have that experience, but our related service knowing the students and our administrative team to be able to make those shifts. And then finally, we look at the academic needs, especially for a new FTE. We don't necessarily want to build a class that has a huge variance in the learning continuum because they're new to the content. We would try to limit that variance.
Sure.
And maybe not put a student that's a year behind to a year ahead in that new teacher's section.
Okay. I'll clarify too. When I said draw the short straw, I didn't mean anything about bad teacher. I meant.
Oh, for sure.
I meant bad change, stability.
It's difficult, yeah.
routines. Yeah, that's all.
Yep.
I think you're right, sir. They could go to any one of them. They're gonna be awesome. Like,
Can I add on one to that? For the new FTEs, are those class sizes significantly smaller than the other ones, or did you try to even it out?
We tried to even it out. In some cases, we didn't really have a choice, but to make
Right.
it right
I know
around
some
the
we didn't have a
same
choice, yeah.
because of the social distancing.
Is there any, besides, and there's only a handful of them, so the few that you don't have a choice, you still don't have a choice. But is there any benefit to try to make those smaller to reduce change or to give that FTE a smaller class?
We did have that discussion at the administrative team meeting and really looked at our sections and highlighted some that if we could make that, 3, 4 kids smaller than their counterparts, that would mean less moves than projected and give the FTE less. And looking at the applications that were pulled so far, we're also looking at their past experiences. If they've had past experience in that content, that grade level, then that might be an opportunity to not have to lessen it as much. But that's probably a little bit after looking at the family connection, the student connection, the resiliency to change, then we start to look at the teacher preference. And I don't mean preference that way. I know that might be taken wrong and shared, but teacher ability, content, experience, background, that kind of comes after looking at the specifics of the student's needs.
Sarah, so what process do you use to let a parent know that there was a connection, we'd like to move your child? Do they have a choice?
Yep, our timeline that's coming up at the very end of tonight is to really work on those throughout tomorrow and Monday, finalize them by Tuesday. We want to have the conversations with teachers along the way in that process, but a final class list to all teachers by next Wednesday, and start our phone calls to families on Thursday and Friday of next week.
So to be clearer, what if a parent doesn't want to move?
Does not want the change?
Correct.
We can have that conversation of the full remote as an option. Shuttling, we were luckily enough, didn't have to shuttle between schools at this point. So I guess we would need to problem solve with the family.
Could you say that last sentence again? Because there are a lot of concerned emails that I received about shuttling or buildings, and can you just clarify that?
Yep, at this time, we did not have to use that shuttle experience because we did not have any that we couldn't accommodate in their home school. However, I do know on the survey, it really, besides 2 submissions, were only students that are currently enrolled in Kaneland. And so if we have any that are not currently enrolled, sign up in Shields 5th grade. Is that the one I'd have to look back at my chart? Kindergarten at Shields, for example, they would be shuttled. Any new registrations, but at this time we did not have to do that.
Well, that child would be new to the district anyway, so they're not really getting displaced from something they already know.
Correct.
They're getting.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so when the state so wonderfully changed the rules on us on short notice, they changed some, but not all of the rules, is my understanding. We still have to follow the close contact quarantine rules.
Correct, of 6 feet.
So we're going to move all of the kids to a 3 feet distance in the building, but the quarantine requirements stay at 6 feet, so our little Tommy was sitting by himself and had no one around him, so we only had 1 child that goes into quarantine. Now we have 5? Am I doing that math right?
Most likely. It depends on the exact configuration of tables, desks, the exact spread out, and obviously who's present on those given days, because it's a 24-hour period, not 48. But it is 6 feet, so yes, you are correct that right now it would be lesser. When you keep it at that 6 feet and more students are within that range, we would be possibly quarantining more students.
Roughly how many kids do we have out per week?
I have my chart.
I know that middle school, I did research on that one. Over the last 3 weeks, we're averaging 25 students per day out due to close contacts at the middle school.
So at the middle school, it's 25, so we could reasonably assume it's going to jump to 100? To 100, I mean,
But 25 close contacts might not have been in the school classroom. Are you asking positive cases?
Right, and those 25 close contacts vary because some students are coming into their close contacts, some are then leaving the quarantine, and as President Sparber said, some are due to at home away from our students altogether. So not every one of those is directly related to 4 or 5 around them. So each situation is truly different.
So maybe you're thinking positive cases.
I'm sorry, what?
Maybe you're thinking positive cases that
No,
would then.
I'm thinking how many kids are going to be sent home because.
But I mean, then it's that pot around them. But if one kid doesn't come in because they had a close contact, unless they flipped positive, it wouldn't.
Right, so the follow-up then is how frequent is it that we quarantine kids because of close contact in the classroom?
Yeah.
Julianne, do you have that information?
I would say usually when there's a positive, the classroom produces approximately 2 to 3, 1 to 3, somewhere in there, other students that have close contact. It truly depends on the age, though. The younger the students' grade levels, the higher the number of close contacts, whereas in some of the middle school and high school classes, they stay apart better, so there's less. So, but like at the middle school, you can usually count on 5 from the bus, 5 from after-school activities, and a couple from the classroom, give or take.
So I don't have a good feel for what the answer is. What are we expecting to increase to?
We thought about that, knowing that question would come up and knowing how we would respond to that. Estimated at maybe a 40% increase based on going down to 3 feet, because we have seen, as we've monitored the numbers throughout the year, Dr. Fuchs has done a phenomenal job monitoring, and our absence rates that we monitor on a daily basis over the last 4 or 5 weeks has reduced from 3.5% to last week at about 1.6% of absences due to close contacts. So that 1.6% is across the district, so I would imagine based on that percent, at 6 feet, it's going to go back up, but I don't think it would go back up to the 3 or 4% that we were at.
Okay.
So it's going to be
I know you
I
can't give me
can't say the
an
number,
exact
but
answer
it's going to increase. I would like to say it wouldn't, but it will increase because students are going to be closer on buses and in classrooms. But we will continue to monitor that and communicate accordingly.
One other thing is that while that's going on, more adults are being vaccinated. And so you might have less transmission to the children from adults, and so then they don't bring it in, kids don't get it so much. I don't know.
Well,
from outside, we are
Yes,
finding
from
that
the outside
we're finding there's a much greater number of our students that are with positive contacts or close contacts due to outside of the building than within our schools.
Okay.
Within our schools, our students and staff are doing a great job of wearing masks, temperature checks, close contact, symptom screening. Our inside the buildings, we're doing a good job.
And I'm kind of guessing here, but I'm guessing a 3.2% absent rate for illness or COVID in this case is traditionally lower than our normal absentee rate during a regular school year?
Yeah, we're at about 96%, 95 to 96, depending on the year, for a traditional daily attendance rate.
And what are you at this year?
The last COVID-related, we're at 1.6. Over the last couple of weeks, 1.8, 1.6, but overall at about 3%. So overall, our attendance rate in a hybrid model is better than a traditional all-in, in-person model.
And we monitor that daily.
Okay.
We usually look at more of the COVID one, that's why I was.
We do both.
You do both,
Yes.
but we usually see the COVID one.
Correct.
That's why I was
Yes.
just asking about the total. Yeah.
Because the other one is there's a variability there that we can't control, just absences and other illnesses. The close contact is the one that we've watched to make sure that we are not having outbreaks or attendance issues across grade spans or buildings.
So that's guidance from the state that we still have to follow. It doesn't matter whether we like it or not. We're required, if they're within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes, they go home for 2 weeks.
Yes, that is guidance that has not changed.
Okay. Someone else?
Aaron? We're looking at you, Aaron.
Let me look at my notes. I got lost in COVID land for a second. Special ed kids. So how many special ed kids will be shifted at, remind me again, at the elementary level?
I didn't do the number of students specific, the special ed students specifically shifted.
You didn't do the number?
No, I can get that number to you.
I thought I had a number like,
I did total number that
oh,
we're
you did
shifting.
total numbers, okay.
There's 70 total shifts.
Okay, all right, so, okay.
And honestly, the special ed schedule shifts, either by time frame or teacher.
Yeah.
We haven't gone case by case because we would need to look at their IEP goals, see how we need to shift their IEP goals, and then decide the group and the time frame they fall into. So that was a little more intensive
Yeah, I saw.
than placing into sections.
So I guess it's probably the most important that if we can keep them with their case managers, that's really important. And if we could, if we have to boot a kid from one class to another, hopefully it's not a special ed kid, like we can try to find somebody else, right? I would imagine.
Correct.
Yeah.
We do have to follow the 30-70 rule to make sure that
Yeah.
if you have a hybrid section, if those that are opting to come back all had IEPs, we have to check the number of IEP'd students within that classroom, and we have to maintain that.
Okay. So that's tough too.
So earlier was, you said that people are getting vaccinated and such. True? And I think we're up to last time I looked, we're is it 13% or so?
In the county?
Yeah.
Yes, and that number, fortunately, with more mass vac sites opening up in the county, that number will increase.
For sure. But at the moment, though, that's the older age people, unless you're first responders or whatever classification you are.
So-
It's not the general population that would have the children, if you will, right?
Today, the governor announced that as of April 12th, they will offer vaccines to anyone 16 years and older, so,
Okay.
and without
Starting April 12th,
comorbidities.
yes.
April 12th is the date, to comply, because the president wants by May 1st, every adult to be eligible for a vaccine. That doesn't mean it's going to be completed, but in Illinois, it's going to start, everyone will become eligible on April 12th.
Okay. Good.
Sorry, I just
News
had
to me. Okay, thank you.
This is really minor, but one of the concerns we got somewhere in the presentation that says two layered masks. And there's I think a misconception that means you can no longer wear disposable masks, but that's not correct, right?
No, that's not correct. Those are 2-ply.
Okay.
Most masks, except for gaiters, are typically 2-ply. Gaiters tend to be the single layer. Most face masks like this are 2-ply. There probably are some that are single or homemade ones that are single. So we would really communicate that to the families of double checking that 2-ply, as well as in the guidelines to teachers, how to kind of look check.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'm glad that the number got down to 40, because that's a lot better than what we were talking about before, so that's positive. It looks like we can do a lot of mitigating. My big hangup is still these hybrid parents that don't feel like they got a fair deal when it came to choosing their selection. So I'm still not hearing, Dr. Mom, how we can alleviate that issue.
It's a great question, and I don't necessarily have a great black and white answer for it.
Yeah.
The ones that I know that I've spoke to, either on phone calls or emails or through some responses on social media, were a lot of the questions of, will my specific child be moved?
Yeah.
And if so, I would have chosen hybrid. Why wasn't I given that answer?
Yeah.
And there's no way of knowing if it's your specific child until we get that approval, do the class list, and really determine that. I think the principal phone calls that start next week upon approval will mitigate some of that conversation.
Okay.
It's a bit of the fear of the unknown.
Yeah.
And I do think some will still feel like I didn't get a voice. And, I've debated many hours of, should that be another question asked? How would it be answered? And I don't know, I personally don't know if you gain the answer you need by having a % vote. Maybe you do, maybe you don't, but I think it really comes down to that individual, I'm fine with it if it's not my child.
Sure.
And we can't answer that until we have the class lists and those phone calls.
Right.
So I guess my mitigation plan is conversations with the administrator and problem solving with some options. We have our virtual open houses coming right when we come back. And, sending out that welcome video of what the classroom looks like. I know they're hybrid and have seen and been in one classroom. I think the other slight mitigation piece, and that it's not a great super plan, but luckily our teachers really do collaborate as a very tight team. They often grade level plan together. They interact, they share things together, that I would hope no student has a complete, I have no idea who this person is. They hopefully would have at least seen, possibly in transitions, in conversation, who another grade level teacher is besides the new hires. I don't know, I think the welcome letters back from our new hires or anyone with a new student coming out on April 5th will help mitigate some of that concern as well. But I fully respect that they feel that the voice wasn't given.
Yeah.
And I do think some of it wasn't just the teacher shift. I don't know if you had that. I think some people felt at this time in the year that sense of routine was important.
Yes.
Yep.
So I think that is it as well. And I don't know if you guys kind of processed that when you were trying to make your decision, kind of what your priority was of weighing that, the lack of change for the parents who didn't want change versus the opportunity for full return. I don't know if that's...
Yeah, that was one of the challenges with the survey question, as Dr. Lawler, you asked the question to Dr. Mum, is, and you kind of touched on it a little bit, Sarah, if the response for a hybrid is 70-30, is 70 enough to say come back? If it's 51-49, is a majority rule. So how would you make that decision?
Right.
So one of the things that we use to guide us, as we did at the beginning of the year, to develop the remote and the hybrid model, was looking at the guidance, and we've continued to follow the guidance throughout. And one of our points is, back in the fall, the hybrid model is what 6 feet would allow, and that was what we created to start the year. And now as the guidance has shifted, we've continued to monitor the guidance and look at that. So based on that our recommendation is for the students at this grade level to come back. And just like at the beginning of the year, there were a lot of concerns when students came back to a hybrid model versus a remote, because even at that point, that was too much for many. There were a number of people that came back at a hybrid model that were afraid across our staff. Administrators, parents were concerned, students, teachers, there were a lot of people concerned at that time. But as we followed the guidance there, we saw a great deal of success through the semester without any outbreaks, any transmissions within our building. And then also now, as we have the new guidance, following that through with this next recommendation. And we also feel too, it's important that even if it's 17 days or 18 days or 20, the number based on their grade span, next fall as we plan for, the last staffing plan, as we plan for a full return, students that can come back for the last month or the last 6 days or 6 weeks, it gives them a mini transition period to see what it looks like to go back every day, back on a bus every day, back with the teacher every day. There's stamina building. There's some other benefits to that also that would offset the drawbacks of close contacts, because we know close contacts will go up, but we also know the benefits of additional transition time will be helpful for students.
You said you were looking at safety guidance, but what about educational guidance? Like, did ISB factor into your decisions or just your own educational experience?
Sorry, and what?
Like when you were saying to decide if what percentage you should go with if it's majority rule, like some of it you said we followed the safety guidance from the beginning. But what about the educational impact? Did you consider ISB's recommendation about encouraging full-time or just your educational experience of getting kids back full-time, or kind of how did you process that with the students that are going to be shifted in a way that they're not desiring?
Yeah, that's a great question and a balancing point, because the guidance does say that they recommend in-person as much as possible when practicable. Practicable is a challenging word. So as we sat down and we brainstormed, once we saw that guidance, and in our mind, the academic benefit of being back is a practicable gain for our students, and those that did have the concerns without a hybrid model or a hybrid option, there's still the remote option that they could have selected. I know it becomes a little bit drastic to go from hybrid, seeing friends and teachers, to a remote model, but following the guidance that talked about, as we followed all year, trying to come back in person, and that has been the recommendation now, and so we're trying to follow that, and also with the same mitigation factors that we have to take into consideration.
Other questions? I'm not sure.
I have one, but it's more of a vaccine-related one, so we're still on this topic.
Pedro?
So to kind of piggyback on the question he asked you in reference to the people that felt slated, if you will, my words. So we're reaching out to them as well to be able to, did I hear that? We're still reaching out to them and make sure that they're actually being able to choose what they really want?
We are reaching out to the 70 that will have the shift, the 29 that are full remote that know they will have a shift coming. We will call them, let them know their classroom placement and teacher placement, and that they'll be hearing from their new teacher. And then the remaining portion of that 71 who are current hybrid, that will be shifting teacher placement. The principals will be reaching out to them next week.
All right, so I'm missing a piece here. If some people were wanting to actually come back, but they chose otherwise because of the way the question was asked, are we giving them an opportunity to change?
So I think I got you. So the parents that did fill out the survey, we didn't even get all the parents to fill out the surveys. So you're still going to have to touch base with every EC through 5th grade student to verify the results, and how will you go about doing that?
If you are currently in hybrid, we are putting you into a full in-person unless your survey said different.
You didn't get 100% respondents on the survey.
Correct, but I think in some of the language within that survey, we had shared that if you are a current hybrid, you're counted into the full in-person, and this is where you make your selection either to kind of affirm that or shift to a different learning structure.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm disagreeing with there were parents that never looked at their email. So I have a feeling that there will be parents, regardless of what we decide, say, I didn't know. And their kid, they are going to want to make the decision to go from hybrid to remote or remote to something different. I don't think that relying on that survey as a means of communicating with the parents is sufficient.
Then we can work with this administrative team to contact all non-surveyed hybrid students or full remote students and affirm their choice. We're just going to need a longer time frame.
No, I understand all of this takes time, but
For sure, yep.
Thank you.
And I don't know if that's something that, how you do it, if everyone agrees or not agrees, but that's.
I mean, yeah, that's one of my initial questions, like, we didn't get a complete coverage here of people that responded. I mean, look at the high school. We got a third that didn't. Do we take that high percentage and go with it, or was it a situation where they were away, they didn't read their email, too late to answer, that type of thing?
Should we save that question to the end after the three
Fine.
sections? Remind me.
I just have one more, Dr. Mom. Do we have any classes that their teacher is teaching remote, like they're
Not
Skyping
currently.
it? Okay.
No, all of our full remote teachers have been full remote from the start of school. At the early childhood, 5th grade level, we don't have them doing dual, hybrid, and full remote. They're either one category or the other, and would remain one category or the other for the remaining portion of this year.
Is it possible that some of the teachers that we hire might be familiar faces to students already anyway, like in-house?
Possibly,
Or long-term subs?
Possibly,
That
yep.
they're familiar with or anything like that? Is there?
Yep, looking at the candidate pool, I do know some of our long-term sub names are in that candidate pool, so that's a possibility.
Okay.
And we try to do that whenever possible.
Okay. Any other questions, or should we move on to the next?
I have this vaccine question.
yeah.
I don't know who's supposed to answer it. I'm probably in the wrong time, so I'm sorry, Dr. Mom. But
fine.
if teachers got the vaccines last week, is that when they did it?
Second, yeah.
Second.
So doesn't it take 45 days for the vaccine to be, what's the number?
14.
Teresa, do you know?
14
2
days.
weeks
14
14 days.
after
Okay,
the second
okay.
dose.
after the second dose, so after spring break.
Okay, so they'll be good at, okay. I was trying to do the math to make sure that teachers were actually vaccinated by the time we said they were vaccinated. You know what I mean? Because like they're
Yeah,
actually.
but not all of them did they?
Correct, not all of them did.
And those ones that didn't, they can't have the same, they have to be 6 feet away from everybody else, right?
Yes, and that's a practical distance that they will maintain while they're teaching and educating our students.
Okay.
And obviously, they didn't get the shot, so they would be aware of it, so that would be something that they would monitor while they're working with students.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
So what if they bring in stuff?
a violation of HIPAA laws to ask teachers what their medical history is.
Yeah, we can't ask them.
Yes, but
So I did hear, I went to that seminar, and the seminar said you can ask them if they got the vaccine. You cannot ask them if they say no, why. But you can ask them if they got the vaccine.
I would love to check with our lawyers on that
Yeah,
one,
I
because
would
that
too.
doesn't sound right at all.
It was Robbins and Schwartz, these legal team that were the ones that doing it, so.
All right, middle school? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mum.
Thank you, Dr. Mom.
And we go.
All right, looking at our middle school and high school, again, wanted to start out with some assumptions. A lot of them are very similar to what we've heard from the elementary school students. Again, any student at any grade level, when they're in the building, need to be wearing their masks. 6 feet apart holds true for lunches because masks are removed. If lunch is served at either level, we just wanted to make everyone aware that it's not typically just in the cafeteria. When you are here, you have the cafeteria, you have outside in the halls, specifically in Harder, you have some classrooms that are being utilized. At the high school, we have a larger cafeteria area so we can accommodate more, but there's additional spaces at the high school that are used, so you do see some students that are using stages, hallways, alternate areas besides just the cafeteria. Our bus students are 50 or fewer people on the bus, so 49 students, including the driver. In the last week, our administrative teams at both the middle school and the high school have walked the buildings and checked out each classroom. They've mocked up classrooms based on the new guidance of how to set up desks. Harder size-wise, we're in a little bit better of a spot because our classrooms are a little bit larger than the majority of the classrooms at the high school. With the new guidance, we can fit 28 students socially distanced at 3 feet in a standard classroom. That space gets a little bit larger, that capacity gets a little bit larger in our science classrooms and how we configure some of those. That number increases up to 32. At the high school, our classes are a little bit smaller, so that range typically tends to be between 22 to 26 students, depending on the area of the building. The newer areas tend to have larger classrooms. Science, again, those are typically larger spaces, so anywhere between 22 to 26 students when we socially distance them at 3 feet. If any model remains in a hybrid after our discussion tonight and our recommendations, we wanted everyone to be aware that that Wednesday half-day structure that we have at the 6-8 level, our Wednesdays are a little bit different than the elementary school. That would remain in place. So that would be a synchronous Zoom meeting for half of the day in the morning, and then at work time, they would be dismissed after that half-day work time. Teachers would have some office hours and some things that are happening in the afternoon. That would allow us an additional opportunity for students to have access that are quarantined, to have access to teachers. So we wanted to make sure that we kept that in place. It also allows for some extended opportunities to problem solve for students, to have some very in-depth individual conversations with teams together. That's not always provided throughout the day or able to be attained throughout the day. Continued assumptions for both of our grade levels. Our self-certification, you'll see on a later slide that we will need some help with the gatekeeping process. It's a little bit different at our levels because our students at 6-12 tend to have a personal device in which they can show as they come in. However, there are some that don't. There are some that may not have it or may not have it charged. Plus, we're doubling potentially the number of students that are coming in. So we would need to increase some of the gatekeeper supervision, but our students are continuing to need to self-certify as they come in. And then the caveat, and we'll get into the numbers based on structures and how it can look, that students that are returning, full remote students coming back to full in-person may see maybe outside the typical sequence of the remote section that they are used to. So that's something that we would need to communicate. That's something that our teams would put in place on how to individually problem solve with those students. That would probably be taken in the first week back to make sure that wherever, it's not drastically off, but it's going to be a little bit different based on the remote section to the hybrid section. So we would need to make some time that we're allowing those students to focus on any areas that they may not have covered as in depth. But again, it's not drastic. It's not going to cause them to miss significant standards or anything along those lines. If we go starting now, those were some of the assumptions for the middle school and high school. If we're going to look at Harder specifically, the impact on a full person return in looking at all of the circumstances you'll see towards the end, an in-person return that would work best for Harder would be 5 days, so coming back full time, but it would be for a shortened day. All class periods would run at 30 minutes. They are running at 45 minutes now. The breakdown of that, I know there's been some discussion of how much time is actually gained or lost. Our students would gain 4 hours and 40 minutes of instructional time, total instructional time each week. They would gain 8 hours of in-person instruction with their teachers, even though we're dropping those periods down because that Wednesday would be added in when they've typically been synchronous, and they would be going 5 days as opposed to the 2.5. Our students, we would not serve lunch at school. Their schedule would run from 7:25 to 12:20. That is based, again, on a 30-minute class period with a 3-minute passing period in between. We've looked at this. I know that seems like a long time. It's very similar to what our 6th graders are experiencing now. It's a little bit longer. It's about 10 or 15 minutes. I believe they eat at 12:05 now, coming in at 7:25. We've looked into the guidance from the National School Lunch Program. I know because I fielded some questions on this. They typically run at a 5-hour attendance day. Once our students are in attendance for 5 hours or more, we need to provide lunches to them and contacting ISBE. There is some variance there. Regardless, our plan falls less than that 5-hour threshold. We do have our lunch service providers will be able to provide grab-and-go lunches for any students that want to take them. So as they are leaving at 7:20 to board the bus, they will have a lunch that is available to them. Yes, sir.
Are they allowed to eat on the bus?
They are not allowed to eat on the bus. They would need to wait until they got home to eat that.
So what happens when they do eat on the bus with the lunch that you just handed them walking out the door?
We would need to have a discussion with them of keeping their masks on and not eating on the bus. That is something that we have an obligation to provide those lunches to our students.
No, it's just kind of here, you can look at it.
13-year-old.
Okay. All right, sorry, go ahead.
So within that shortened day of the students being here, our teachers would continue their day through their typical contractual hours. From 1:40 to 2:40 would be an opportunity for office hours. We really would want to focus in there as an extra opportunity for our quarantine students to have a zoomed-in office hour with our teachers. We have some students that are maybe academically struggling, so students that might be on that DF list. Those are probably our two most at-risk populations that we would want to make sure our teachers are taken advantage of in that hour of office time. In addition to that, we do have some non-certified staff that we can utilize in those periods. So typical of any year, there's going to be students that have missing assignments. Unique to this year in COVID, we're going to have students that are not always engaging in classrooms. So we've envisioned a plan where some of our non-certified staff might be helping to go team to team or teacher to teacher to find some of those high flyers that have maybe multiple missing assignments, or they've been a couple days where they haven't checked in, communicate that to the teacher. Our teachers are always our first line of communication to those students. They've had great relationships built with them. And then we can escalate that up through our administrative team to make sure that we're reaching out to make sure, to the best of our ability, our families are engaged. We would need, again, because we would potentially double the number of students here, we are looking, as Dr. Mumm had said, we would need a strong push for attendees at the job fair next week. We would really need additional supervisors as those students are entering and exiting the building. We would need to space out once they are in the building. We have a little bit more flexibility with some nicer weather around the corner. However, we can't plan on that. So we would need to utilize more space within the school. We would need more supervisors to make sure that those students are spaced out. We would be looking, and it's on another slide, we'd be looking at additional 6 supervisors for those needs. Some further impacts, and again, this is, I know we've talked a lot about pros and cons of coming back full time. One of the largest issues we have here at Harder isn't necessarily room size, it's the number of kids, it's lunch spaces. So our kids, again, still need to be 6 feet apart when they are eating. We currently, per lunch period, so there's 3 different lunch periods by grade span, we are currently using 8 spaces, and that is team rooms, that's cafeteria, that is some classrooms, and we want to minimize the number of classrooms that are used, but we didn't have any other space, so we do have to use some. If we brought all of our kids back, or the majority of our kids back, we would need between 9 to 10 spaces. So our 6th grade, we need an additional 9 spaces. 7th and 8th, we would need 10. Those spaces would need to be classrooms. We don't have any other place to put them. Making that a little bit more difficult would be more kids in the hallways. And as students are transitioning out of a classroom with those 10 extra classrooms, there would be up to 25, 28 students that are waiting to go in to start their class period. We would need additional cleaning, sterilizing of those kids that just ate to be able to clean out that food. So you could potentially lose instructional time of those students that are waiting to enter the classroom. And that was, we don't have 10 classrooms that wouldn't have a class coming in. We just don't have the space and the schedule for that to work. Again, looking at our classrooms, up to 28 kids in a typical classroom. We went through the survey, we went through section by section, teacher by teacher for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and we would not need at Harder to add any FTE. We would not need to have any new hires. What we would need to do, and I'll give you the number breakdown, is we would need to offer a teacher an overload for a class period where we have no other solution but to offer an overload to a teacher. Before I get to those, just closing out there, lockers are still prohibited. I know that question came up. Our lockers are about a foot apart. So locker use will be prohibited, I imagine, through spring. The good news is we've made it through the winter months with coats, and we have not had major incidents with students having their stuff with them in the class. Coats are middle school, they don't tend to wear coats, it seems like, ever, but as the weather gets a little bit warmer, and we did put those spaces together, knowing that we'd have increased students in those classrooms, we were able to have adequate space for books and for the potential of a coat in that 3-foot personal space. 4, 5, and 6, it talks about students. There is a change in instructional delivery for a group of students. When we went through response by response to that survey, we found 48 students that are requesting a change to their schedule. That is 19 that are requesting to go remote, and we have 29 that are requesting to come back hybrid, similar to what Dr. Mumm had shared at the elementary level. Because of those changes, those are known classroom shifts. We fortunately, because they're going to be changing teachers, we can identify teachers that have the space in their classroom. That's why we don't need to hire anybody new. What we ran into when we brought all of our kids back is that we had, it was 5 class sizes that were in excess of 31 students. So we looked at those and we broke those down, and we would need to change up either schedules or teachers for those students. And that number comes out to 37 total students that did not request a change through the survey, that due to space capacity, class size, would need a change. The breakdown of that number is that we would have 8 students, of the 8 of those 37 would remain with the same teacher. They would just take their course, that class, at a different part of their day. Their schedule would be changed, but their teachers would remain the same. We have 29 students who would be assigned to a new teacher, but their schedules would remain the same. And the bulk of that is we have one large class at a given class during a period where there is no, because of the makeup of that with course offerings of challenge ELA, with accelerated math, with a couple other different moving parts, there's no other place for those students to be separated. So we would take that class, and that's where the addition of that overload would come into play. Those students would get an overload from a teacher that has an open supervision at that time, and that teacher would instruct those students. So there's 29 again that would get a new teacher, but they would receive that. If it's math, they would still have math during 3rd period. Their teacher, who would still be the grade level teacher, would be different.
So is that 29 in one subject? How many, does that make sense?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing. Is it, they've got 7 class periods during the day?
Yep. Is
that, of those 29, are they getting all of their 7 periods rearranged, or one of their?
Those 29 represent, so it's 4 kids from ELA 1st and 2nd period. I don't know if they're the same kids in 6th period where that change needs to happen, but it's not the same teacher that is changing them. So there's an ELA teacher, a social studies, an ELA section, a social studies section, and 2 science sections where they are over capacity. And they're all in 6th grade, so it's unlikely that if those science kids, they only have one of those teachers, so that couldn't be counted double. That science kid could also be impacted in social studies. And that's when, over the next week or so, when we look at the process of who those students would be a factor.
Roughly, what's the population number of kids in the junior high?
It's 992 altogether. There's about 163 currently that are hybrid, so about 810, 820.
So we're talking percentage points of kids affected.
Correct. There is 8.5 total, 8.5% of the total population, both hybrid and remote, that would have a change. 3.7% would represent those that didn't ask for a change. 4.8% would be those that were indicating on the survey that they did want to change. So 3.7% would be those that have not requested it, of our total 992 students.
I guess I would make the same comment I made about the grade schools, is that we need to we can't rely on the results of the survey as the official decision of the parents.
Correct. And similar to Dr. Mumm, we would need a little bit more time to reissue that survey.
Yeah, I was going to say the same question, so I would reiterate that same problem.
Yep.
So if I understand what you're telling me correctly, if it wasn't for the kids having to eat, we could go to school from normal day?
The full hours, correct.
In their bellies.
Correct.
Feeding. So.
Yep.
All right, so I'll be quiet. I know it's probably coming up later. Go ahead.
Are we done? Yeah, we're not done at Harder, right? Okay, sorry.
So looking at the financial impact to pay that teacher the overload that we would need would be $4,432, a little over $4,400. The addition of those gatekeepers, again, as Dr. Mumm had stated, those would be the supervisors as students are entering the building to check their self-certification. As students exit, it would be making sure that they are socially distanced, getting to the appropriate buses. And the addition of that's a little over $1,100. The impact that we would have, our most significant impact would be in transportation. We've worked with Dr. Fuchs with transportation to see the ability to run those 1220 routes, and we do have that ability. It will have an impact with the need to hire drivers, I believe, Dr. Fuchs, but that is probably the most significant impact that we would have.
We'll be using our existing drivers because it's very difficult to hire drivers. We've been trying to hire drivers all year, but what it will have an impact on is the fact that some kids may have to wait at Harder while the first run runs some students home and delivers, and then comes back and gets the rest for a different route. We're hopeful to be able to cover all middle school routes, but it's going to be very difficult. This is truly the biggest challenge of the midday dismissal. The reason why it's such a challenge is because many of our drivers already have midday routes. We let out half-day kindergarten, we let out early childhood midday, we have a couple special needs routes midday, and so now we need the entire fleet to come back to do Harder midday. We believe we can do it. We're gonna do everything we can to get it done, but the possibility exists that some students may need to wait at Harder until that route gets back to bring them to a different location.
Can I ask a question about that? Oh.
Go ahead.
So if a kid's on a second wave, he's going to wave, what are we doing about food now? Don't we have to feed that kid?
Beyond have to, can we feed that kid?
Well, all right, can we take that in two
limit,
parts?
don't
Is there a
we?
legal requirement that says if they're here the X number of hours, they have to eat or have the ability to eat?
There is a legal requirement, but that legal requirement's been waived in light of COVID this year. We checked with the Illinois State Board of Education.
Okay, so we're past legal, now we're just practical.
But we got dropouts.
Yeah.
But they can't eat them.
Yes, they do.
Can they eat them on campus?
Well,
It depends on how many, because we're limited with
Sorry,
space.
I'm breaking our rules.
It will depend on how many routes we're going to have to run, how
Yeah.
many students are going to have to stay behind, excuse me, how many students will have to stay behind. So,
And we'll have that, we'll
yes.
have that information as we get into next week.
Okay.
All of those the 900 and some kids, we need to reroute at this point, and that takes a little bit of time. So we haven't done that work in anticipation that it may or may not happen.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to be curt. The
Yeah.
questions were popping as I was
Yeah.
thinking.
What we've been focusing on currently
Yeah.
is providing after-school transportation to all this tutoring students.
Sure.
And making sure that we have drivers to do that.
Sure.
This past couple of weeks, the high school just started on that this week. So, our transportation department is paper thin with employees.
Sure.
We have 2 people that do all of that work, and so, they're working as hard as they can, as quick as they can.
Thank you.
You touched on tutoring. There's going to be kids that are, how are you working the tutoring section for the junior high, I guess?
Yep, we will cover that on another slide, but we would need, based on the need for those drivers to have high school, they have high school routes that they're running as well. Our tutoring would be offered on what was typically a student's A or B day. They would just need to have their own transportation, bring them back to the building.
Okay, I think you're going to lose a lot of kids for tutoring because mom and dad are already at work, so they won't have the ride back. So my question is, they're leaving early, there's going to have to be somebody watching them while we're waiting for the second bus run. They can sit 6 feet apart. Is it possible to do the tutoring in that 12:30 to 2 whatever time period and then put them on the late buses? Is that?
That would be Mr. Raleigh's.
I'm sorry, I'm just.
It's okay.
Did you want to stop at the middle school, or were you hoping to go through the high school?
We can stop at the middle school.
Okay.
I want to make sure that we answer all of those questions. From an educational standpoint, I think in that instance, with the teachers that have those office hours, we could use that time. We're going to identify those kids that are most at risk. So during those office hours, teachers can have contact with those kids. I don't know if we would need to, I don't know the logistics of that late bus, if they could do it here or if that would need to be virtual. We can do it virtually for that hour that they'll
Tutoring, do what virtually?
the tutoring piece.
Okay.
I don't know the feasibility of running late bus routes. We had not discussed that, of those kids staying here and then getting on a late bus route, because those bus drivers, I believe, are going to the high school, who would be dismissing at right around that 2:45 time.
I understand that there's a bunch of moving pieces there. I just think practically, if it's possible, it would be better to leave the kids here.
Agreed.
Tutor, and then expect them to somehow get back, because I just don't see that happening.
Agreed.
And
Middle school questions.
can we transition tutoring to Zoom so that they're not leaving and then having to come back? Or if they don't have a ride, they just lose out on tutoring? Like, are there other options?
There are some of that options during that office hour time.
Okay.
Those are the kids that we wanted to look at, the quarantine kids and those students that were most at risk academically. So there is that ability built in there.
Okay.
With all of that being said, in looking at all of the different factors, space requirements, lunch requirements, it is our recommendation that for our 6-8 students here at Harder, that we do bring them back full-time in person at that modified schedule of a 30-minute class period, Monday through Friday.
I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, Mr. Raleigh, help me with the math on the hours that we're adding. So you said we're adding 8 hours a week?
We
of
are
instructional
adding
time?
8 hours of face-to-face instruction.
Face-to-face time?
Yep.
And then, are we doing 9 periods or 8 periods because we're not doing lunches?
My math was, they will have 9 periods.
They will?
They will, but my math was based on 8 instructional periods, with that 9th being typically lunch. That will then become basically a study hall work period for that 30 minutes in their day when they would be eating lunch.
Okay, so then we're taking 8 hours stretching over 5 days or 4 days?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
We're taking the 8 hours and we're stretching over how many days?
8 hours of in-person instruction would be over the week, over the 5 days.
Over the 5 days,
Yes.
and we're dividing that by 8.
Would be per day, yes. Would give
Right,
you
that's
how
for
much
each
increase in in-person instruction per day.
So what we're looking at, like 10, 12 minutes a period, am I right?
You lost me somewhere.
Yes.
How many minutes you're losing a period, is that what you're asking?
Adding to a period, aren't we adding?
Oh, adding, okay.
How many
We
are
would be
adding to a
gaining,
period?
we would not be losing, yes, we would be gaining that
I
time.
thought you meant per day.
No, I meant per period. So I'm trying to figure out how much instructional time we're actually giving per class. Face time per class. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
'Cause if we're only adding a few minutes at the end of a class period, like this is a lot of moving pieces to get not very much. No? No one else? Okay.
I'm still not clear on where
Because
you're
you're
going.
taking, okay, let me do it right. Okay, so.
Okay.
we're doing 8 hours over 5 days.
It's 40, okay.
Okay, we're taking that then by 9 or 8 periods, right?
8,
Oh, okay,
correct,
so-
8 periods.
All right, so Aaron, I look at it differently. They're adding 8 hours. I don't care where the 8 hours go. They're
So here's
adding
what-
8 hours.
But Ryan, and I understand what you're saying, but here's where it matters to me, because if you're only adding a few minutes per period, that instructor might be able to eke out a little bit more here and there, but it's really not of substance, right? That's why we shave periods.
Yeah, quiet, please. Quiet, please. Thank you.
You see what I'm saying? Because if you're a teacher and you're teaching in front of that class and you give me an extra 10 minutes, yeah, I'll use it, but is it always substantive? Is it always quality, right? Like, and not necessarily.
Yes, but that argument applies whether it's regular pre-COVID school days or now. I mean, that
I don't disagree with you, but I'm saying we're trying to add, the truth of the matter is we're trying to add 10 minutes every period.
I'm actually concerned on the flip side that they typically get 45-minute sessions, right?
Correct.
And we're taking it to 30.
Correct.
So how much, I mean, right by the time you get settled and you say, okay, class, this is what we're going to do, you answer 2 questions, is 30 minutes enough time to really get through any one subject?
There would need, and this is part where that remote planning day would come in, there would need to be some adjustments. Clearly, it's not as good as that 45-minute class period. However, compared to possibly a virtual class, for that student to be in there, you're going to be able to get into those routines quicker to access that learning faster. There will be a little bit of a learning curve, but the way that 30 minutes will allow for some in-depth discussions. We see that happening. We see impactful discussions in a 10, 12-minute small group lesson or mini lesson. Our guided reading groups throughout different levels typically are between 15 to 20 minutes. So yes, it's shorter, but compared to a virtual session where there might be that disconnect between learning through a screen, it's better. It's an improvement upon that. It is not you would not be able to fit that same amount clearly into a 45-minute class period, correct?
Thank you.
So, building on that question, not that nothing will happen or no gains will be made, but truly in 6 or 7 weeks, we're not going to reverse the downward trend of the learning that's happened due to COVID. And I'm going to ask you a hypothetical just because I think it matters. It matters to my decision. If you knew that 0 additional learning would happen, but that the students would be face-to-face with teachers, in your expert opinion, is that valuable enough to bring them back? You see what I'm saying? There's like,
yes.
And it's not going to be 0, but
Yes.
I'm just saying,
Yep.
if it was a situation where we knew ahead of time that nothing educational would happen for these kids.
Are you including social and emotional applications in that?
Yes, that's what I'm asking. I'm saying, is the value, is there enough intrinsic value to everything else? Normalcy, being, okay, you guys really need to quit calling out. It's a board meeting and we need to discuss with each other. I know you guys really want to tell us things, but really it's distracting. Anyway, so my question is, if you knew that no additional learning would happen, do you still see the value in bringing kids back full-time?
I do. Beyond the academic learning, especially at a middle school, and looking at the development of that whole child and the importance of that SEL, of those interactions, It's not quantified in a report card of math and science, but there is a learning impact on students, not in an academic standard, but there is that learning through an SEL component, a collaborative component, being able to see, consistently see some familiar faces or familiar teachers. So I do believe that there is an impact there beyond the academic, even if there were no academic gains hypothetically.
And it's enough to justify the cost, in your opinion?
Yes.
I would like to highlight on Teresa's comments that it is our job as a board to ask these questions and protect taxpayer dollars, so please allow us to ask the questions.
The majority of people that live in the school district do not have children in the schools. They are equal stakeholders. We are a very student-centric board. We make decisions usually based on what is best for students, and a lot of times we've been criticized by taxpayers for that, but they are an equal stakeholder, as are teachers and staff. Parents don't get to make the decisions for the entire district, and it absolutely was part of my oath, and it is part of my responsibility as a board member to ask questions on behalf of all stakeholders and to make sure that we are being fair and equitable to all of those groups. So that is why we ask the questions.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you. Middle school.
You had said that you would, 9 periods to using 8. Did you, and the 9th period's going to end up as a study hall?
Yes.
Did you consider just making it 8 periods so that they have more time and skipping the study hall?
It doesn't work out with the schedule between our exploratory wheel. It wouldn't work out just to cut out that lunch period and condense it down because of the way that the other grade levels with exploratory and the way that all of those schedules are woven together. It would completely we would need to rework the entire schedule for every single student, and I don't know the impact of that, of what that would look like.
Okay, so it'd be much more disruptive to...
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
So a couple of parents had expressed some concern to me about the food issue, and I know we said, well, we're getting out at 12:20, and the last lunch is at 12:01. But the problem they had said this was, yes, but he's still got to eat at 12:01. He doesn't get to eat at 12:20. He's got to wait and he has an hour bus ride, right? So I still am concerned about how we can mitigate that. How do we mitigate the food issue?
Patrick, have you had any discussions at all with the middle school teachers or administration about the potential of snacks? I know you typically see snacks as a elementary activity just because of student age and student needs. Have you had any of that discussion with the middle school staff?
With the middle school administration, the difficulty with that would be ensuring that for every one of our students. In order for our students to be able to take a break, to have snacks and take their masks off, they would need to be able to go outside to do that. So there's the ability to do that, but it's not always guaranteed. We can't guarantee that Patrick, every single day at this time period, can go outside and have a snack, or I can choose when I want to go outside to have a snack. So there's the possibility of working in snack breaks. That way they can go outside and take off their masks, but the difficulty would be to systematize that so we can promise that to each student every day.
Is that potentially during the study hall? It's earlier, but, so it's not instructional time? Is that what you're thinking?
It could be, yep.
Yeah, I have to, not that it's necessarily the make or break on my decision, but I am very concerned about that. If I don't eat for 6 hours, I'm a monster, and I'm not a growing boy. So I would really want to see some strong efforts that we are guaranteeing that we can make that happen for kids.
Okay.
Dr. Fuchs, how long do you think, if the kids are on the second round for the buses, how long do you think they would wait here? Is that like 45 minutes?
That's what I would say. Could be upward of an hour, but what I envision is taking as many close ones home first to get those buses back here to get the further. So that way they could get on the bus sooner
And
30
that-
to 45.
And those are going to be the kids that are waiting the longest to eat, so that while they're here, would we have room to separate them and let them?
At that time, we could. Yep, we would have spaces. We would need to work that out, but that could be an opportunity for them as they waited.
Okay.
Ideally, I'm hoping to get enough drivers, but that's in the event that we don't.
Now, some of these students, when they leave here, they go to the high school, right? On the buses?
Yes, they do. Gail?
Yeah. So you've got the total number of people, or students on those buses is both this school and the high school.
So with the midday dismissal,
Yeah.
you don't have the combo routes. You only have they become a middle school route. They'll still go to the high school to get on a bus, but they won't have high school kids on because high school wouldn't get out at the same time now.
Okay.
So you have a portion of your routes that are just middle school, a portion of your routes that are just high school, and a portion of your routes that are called combination routes. Those are the ones that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Those combination routes now would be divided. A portion of the kids, the middle school kids, would go home midday, and then when the high school dismisses at their time, the rest of those kids would then go home.
Is that assuming the high school is face-to-face or hybrid?
Or either.
Either one.
Either one, okay.
Because at this point, there's not an option for them to dismiss early.
Okay. So that's the only issue. If they would go early, that's the only way we'd have a problem.
We'd have additional problems.
Sure.
All right, additional middle school questions.
I'm good.
Does our bus software or routing software, will it help us with any of this or no?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It just takes time.
All right, let's go to high school.
Right. For our high school, we did put a survey out, and again, there were some additional moving parts and complications at the high school level. Our early childhood through 8th grade, even though they do in our elementaries earn a report or a grade marking on a standard, and here at the middle school, they do get a grade point average. Our EC 8 students are not impacted by a credit that is necessary. They are not impacted by a graduation requirement in order to move on to the next grade. We do have some of those factors at the high school. So we look to see, knowing, and it does go in very particular circumstances, it can go either for students that are currently hybrid that choose to go remote, and there are some students that could be impacted that are currently remote that come back to hybrid. So it goes both ways in our structure. So on that survey, we did ask that if you knew that there was the potential to have to withdraw or drop a course in a change of a learning structure, would you still be interested in? And we'll talk through the specifics of that. So because of that, we looked at two different options. There's an option for a full return, a full in-person return, and there's an option of remaining hybrid. And remaining hybrid is fairly cut and dry. It would remain status quo. Our students, based on their designated day, would come as either an A day or a B day student. We would have the Wednesday remaining asynchronous, or excuse me, as a synchronous Zoom morning. And then there's some opportunities for our teachers in the afternoon. There's some collaboration. There's some working problem solving for individual students. In that current setting, there would be no schedule conflicts. There would be no need for questioning if I'm going to get a credit, if I'm going to need to withdraw. Is there a loss of a credit? Does it impact my graduation status? It would be continuing the structure that we do have in place. Some questions have come up. We've tried to problem solve as an administrative team. If we were to remain in this structure, is there the ability to bring back identified small groups? The answer to that tentatively is yes, we have the ability to do it. We would need some further guidance from the board. And when I say that, we could do a couple different things. We could have students that we identify as our most at-risk students. Those could be most at-risk SEL. They could be most at-risk academically. They could come in on their asynchronous day. We would probably have to figure out additional transportation complications. Scheduling becomes a big issue because I might be earning an F in my first period class in my 8th period class, and I need to stay here for that extra support, and I might be getting straight A's in between. So then I have the vast majority of my day where I'm not in a supervised classroom. So we would need to be able to hire supervision for those students and find a program for them for the duration of their day. And it may not always be as extreme as first period and last period, but there are some gaps in the schedule. We could look at our most at-risk students and personalize an intervention program for them. Where we would need further direction from the board is that would likely require an additional hire to make sure that that person is able to work with those students based on their individual needs. So we started to have those discussions. We wanted to bring that information to you guys tonight to see what we would need to do moving forward. But that question came up. I fielded those emails from some parents of, can this group come back in? We do have a very small population, usually based on individual education plans that might be coming back 5 times a week, but this would be for non-IEP 504 students that need that increased intervention, but it would take additional hires and it would take additional scheduling for those students. A second option would be to transition to a full in-person learning structure. Unlike the middle school, where a lot of those complications come from eating, from the lunch, from classrooms and the staff that comes with that, the high school complications comes from the capacity for bringing those students back. So at any given time, we broke down all of our sections, all of our schedules. Depending on the class period, there's anywhere between 6 to 16 spaces that would be over capacity to social distance at 3 feet. Again, at any given period, that's anywhere between 30 to 70 students who would need to be placed into a different course. And you'll see that next bullet point. We would need to hire an additional 9.2, minimally, an additional 9.2 FTE for that. The tricky part with this, that is not 9 people and then a 10th to pick up a 0.2 section. The breakdown in here, we're looking at anywhere from a 0.1 section of health to a 0.7 section for English. And that English section would be someone that is teaching 4 different levels. So in English 9, in English 10, in English 11, in English 12, or some variants of an English course. We would need a 0.6 math person, and those math courses range from Algebra 1 to pre-calculus. We would need a foreign language, CTE that comes in smaller increments, so that 9.2 gets very specified at the high school on not only the course, but within that department on what the specific course itself is. And again, that is anywhere between 30 to 70 students that would be impacted, and that's based on space. So the easiest scenario would be if I am in a Algebra 1 class and there's 26 students in that class, but the classroom only holds 22, 4 of those students would need to be placed into a different Algebra 1 class. That likely would not, that we would not be able to filter them into an existing class. We would need to take them and put them into a class with one of these 9.2 hires that we would need. An additional complicating factor is that, again, I believe it's 7th period is the most impacted when we have 16 classes. We don't have 16 spaces that would be viable learning spaces, so we would likely need to utilize Meredith. We do have some additional classrooms over there. What complicates that is that we would need to provide a shuttle or some type of transportation from the high school over to Meredith. We have some data on how long that would take, and it's roughly about 10 minutes for the kids to get on a shuttle to Meredith, and that's based off of our Fox Valley students that are coming from a Kaneland class that are going to a Fox Valley class. Those are students that are used to that schedule. They've selected those courses, so there would be a little bit of a learning curve of where to get on the bus, when does it leave, what if I miss it, and it would likely impact up to probably about 5 to 10 minutes of whatever that class period is that would be housed over at Meredith. We have a larger space at the high school cafeteria, so that space can accommodate more. At 6 feet, we would likely need to add another 1 to 2 spaces. Those spaces at the high school are typically in a hallway. We've maximized all other spaces. We run into, with our guidance, that we cannot eat lunch, or we cannot be in a place with soft-backed furniture. So we do have some issues of what is available. We have a large auditorium, but we can't eat in the auditorium. So we can safely max out the capacity of the cafeteria, and would likely need to add another additional space. So we would need to hire an additional lunch supervisor in order to gain some space in the high school for some of those classes. We could shut down the testing center and reassign the supervisor that is in there. To give you a data piece of the impact that would have. So we have 2 spaces that students can go to make up tests or get help with tests or assessments or reassessments. If students have an IEP or a 504, they can utilize our armory, and that would not be impacted. Our testing center is for students that have been absent, that do not want to miss instructional time. They can go there during their step period or their lunch period, and they can assess or reassess with a supervisor in that class. That number is currently about 400 students have used that space this year. That's a little bit lower in a COVID year than what it typically is, but it's about 400 students that have taken advantage of that testing center. We would need to be able to have that space for a given classroom. So our students then would need to reassess at another time. They would need to reassess on their own without that supervisor there. They may need to use, what would probably happen is they would need to use classroom time to be able to take some of those reassessments or take an assessment that they may have missed. Students would have an impact to their schedule. We are not able to, based on our current hybrid and remote settings, we've had this discussion over the summer, we were not able to offer our full course book offerings to our remote students. So if I am a hybrid student currently, and the enrollment is potentially doubling into the high school, and I'm not comfortable with that reduced social distancing, I may choose to go full remote. If I am in a class, and it tends to be, it's not always, but it tends to be some of the upper level classes with our AP classes, our enhanced classes, and those aren't offered remotely, that is when I would need to, if that is still my choice moving forward, I would need to withdraw from whatever my course is that's not being offered, and I would then go into an online elective or a study hall for the remainder of the class, or for the remainder of the school year during that class period, because it's not offered remotely. There is the flip side. There are some students, based on how we're staffed, are remote students who are receiving Zoom instruction or live streamed instruction from a Kaneland teacher. If they chose to come back, that class is a remote class, they may not be able to take that. So it's not definite, but there is a possibility that a student transitioning from a remote class to an in-person class would have those same things. They would have to withdraw from the class, and then it gets into the intricacies of, was this an elective class or a required class? Are they still able, is it a senior versus a freshman? Will they have the ability to make that up through course progression? So there is some serious schedule impacts that could be upwards, and this is without having every single student. We're looking at probably a worst case scenario or a most impactful scenario of over 400 classes that would be impacted, knowing that I might have my first, third, and seventh period impacted, so it's not necessarily over 400 students, but it would be 400 sections that would be impacted with a full in-person return. Other factors that would impact Kaneland coming back are remote students that are taking an Edmentum course, and Edmentum is a platform that offers online instruction. It's a self-paced instruction. Excuse me. If those students chose to come back based on essentially 3/4 of the school year already have gone by, those students would remain in their Edmentum course. They would have a location in the high school in which they would be supervised to finish out that course. We would potentially doubling the number of students that are in there. We need to ensure that our security teams are filled out. We have, again, a couple other points here, and again, reiterating the impact on schedules. We do have our choir classes and our band classes always tend to be our highest, and those classes run, excuse me, the highest are at 49 and 59 kids respectively for band and choir. The guidance for performance, for using instruments, for singing, because of airborne pathogens, I believe is the correct terminology, and singing and playing those instruments, the guidance in those classes is still to maintain at 6 feet. We currently would need to, and part of that FTE breakdown is a 0.2 higher for music, so we would need to divide those classes out, and our choir and music classes would be impacted, and we would need to, we don't have a space right now for those class sizes. We would need to solve that. That would likely move into a larger space over at Meredith as well. Go ahead. Transportation, there are some transportation complications. Again, these are, as Dr. Fuchs said, in looking at the entire picture of what our transportation team does is phenomenal, but based on how the middle school would need to be rerouted, there is potential delays in the time that students would arrive to school with this full return based on our buses being capped at 50. We would need to reroute our morning routes. We would need to redo those. And it could impact our first period attendance, knowing that the delay could be upwards of possibly 40 to 50 minutes. That would be a wash of first period for students for the remainder of the year. In addition to that, of looking at running additional AM routes would run us about $36,000. We'll look at our finances, but that is the transportation cost. And then similarly to what we discussed at the middle school, based on how those buses are moving about our expansive district, there would be a possibility of a delayed return from home for our high school students as well. So looking at potential costs, and this was updated today, so you may not have that exact number. I mean, I'll explain there's an alarming range there under the FTE. So that would range from anywhere between $52,440 to close to $131,000 for FTE. The lower range of that would be if we were to staff those 9.2 sections with a long-term substitute teacher, and they can pick those up. Because of the specificity of those classes, because I have a physics and an environmental science and a chemistry, if we were to hire those in 0.2 increments and find a teacher for those particular sections, that number would add up to over $130,000 based on the intricacies of those schedules and the different course sections that we would have. The additional, anticipating an additional lunch period, we would need another 0.5 FTE of supervision for that step period for lunch supervision. And then our transportation costs, again, are estimated at roughly $36,000. So bringing that total for our high school for a full in-person return, depending on how that FTE is staffed, between $91,000 and $169,000, close to $170,000. There is no, we didn't put it on the slide, but there's no financial impact to maintain our current structure, our current hybrid structure. Our tutor recommendations, again, we've discussed it a little bit. We fall into that conundrum at the middle school. We would not face that at the high school because our kids would be there up until the bell. So we would recommend continuing our 6-12 tutoring program. based on all of the factors that we discussed, based on looking at individual classrooms and sections, it would be our recommendation from administration to continue the duration of this school year in our hybrid and our full remote structure for Kaneland High School.
Is it possible that you wouldn't even be able to find those specialized teachers that you need to hire?
It is, and that's why we put that range of a full-term sub
Okay, so you
versus
would-
those.
So it's not just, you would seek out first the fully certified teachers and then go to long-term subs secondarily?
What about FTE or paying overloads to existing teachers?
The way the schedules work, to answer both of those questions, the number of teachers at .2 or .3 or anywhere between the .7 to the .1 could be upwards of 18 teachers. So to be able to hire 18 teachers with the specificity of whether it's accounting or science, graphics, that is probably not practicable. To go back to that other word, while we would want all of our students back, probably not practicable. And then, what was your question, Ryan?
I was asking about just paying teachers overloads or to get the coverage that we need.
Yeah, that's a good question, and it's a viable option many times, but based on where the schedules fall, there would have to be a teacher certified in the period that they're not teaching. So if they teach 5 classes and have 2 prep periods, or 6 with 2 preparations, then it would have to be one of their 2 preparations, and based on the master schedule, it's unlikely that all of those would be able to be filled that way. We are able to fill it like the one middle school situation that we have, but not at the high school and at that large of number.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I have one question. Has there been any consideration of possibly moving the freshman class itself to?
We've looked at that, and the difficulty with our course selections is that we have very few freshman-only classes. So there would still be considered disruption to the schedules because those are not just, it's easier with like an English 9 class, but we do have freshmen scattered throughout in a variety of different courses. So we looked at that of any different grade level, but the way our courses run is they're not sequential and they're not all at a freshman course offering, then a sophomore course offering. Those are oftentimes blended together.
Okay.
So we good for high school questions, right? Is that where
Yes.
we're at? All right.
No, I do have one. You had talked, I'm trying to tie, I think it was last meeting we talked about the number of kids that are failing.
Correct.
And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but you had also said that there was the opportunity to bring small groups back to school, even with the AB model, in order to, I guess, I don't have a fully formed question, but can we get the kids that are at risk of failing, or can we get them back to school maintaining the current AB model so that we can get them to pass their classes and graduate? I know that's not an exact question, but generally speaking, does this model include helping them achieve graduation?
It could. A more effective model would be the tutoring side of that. And again, the difficulty with bringing those kids back on their asynchronous day is, and this isn't necessarily a bad thing, is they would be hearing that same lesson again when they're here. And those students are not always, it's not always across the board, I need help in all 8 of my classes. So the technical answer is, as if directed, yes, we could put that plan together. It may not be a viable option for a student to come in. There would be transportation issues. We couldn't provide transportation if I'm only failing 3rd period. Do I only come in during 3rd period? If not, then we're going to have to staff other opportunities, study halls, practice with whatever subject that those students are not being successful in. There's other factors. So yes, we could, but the tutoring, keeping those kids in a hybrid model and tutoring afterwards might be more effective.
And I guess we won't know the answer to that until after we've spent some time. It's been, what, 2 weeks since we've approved?
A little bit shorter time of them having in the tutoring, yes.
I guess my goal behind this line of these questions is making sure that we're doing all that we can to get kids to graduate. And I understand the recommendation of why you don't want the kids back and how it just doesn't work effectively. I get that, but I just want to make sure no one's falling through the cracks if we do follow this recommendation.
Agreed.
Yeah, I like that, actually. I know you, Patrick, you had said if we gave you the direction to do that, I would like to give you the direction to do that. I obviously would have to
Well, and my hesitation was I don't know exactly what direction, I don't know what to say to go do.
Yeah.
Get them to graduate, but
right.
I don't know what that path is.
Yeah, I think the idea of offering some kind of more supplemental things, especially for those kids that are falling through the cracks, right? I think those are the most important ones, right? Like the ones that are failing, the ones that are vulnerable, the ones that are, need extra, maybe special ed minutes or whatever. There's a handful of these kids that we could be targeting more deliberately as opposed to using more like kind of blanket things that we do to go over it. In fact, I was going to question, why not have something like that, not just for the high school, but also for the other two grade levels, right? Like, why not have other options for the other two grade levels and have these kinds of small groups and personalized learning opportunities and devote our resources to that instead?
I do think it is a question to consider. Again, at the middle school, I think in weighing those different options, we favored the in-person, face-to-face instruction time with that added on layer of those at-risk students would have an additional opportunity to that instruction time with those office hours after school. So I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. All hands on deck. Let's be as impactful as we can in what that would look like, again, with some of those difficulties of what those students would be doing if they're coming on site for their asynchronous day, compared to we can get them here 5 days a week at the middle school. We can provide additional office hours to them. We thought that might be more impactful than trying to come up with ways to spend their time here once they've received that additional support in math or ELA.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to waste their time either. So that makes sense to me. I agree with that. My other concern, though, is that with your solution, I think there's another problem, and I think we've all touched on it, is that once those kids, right, like getting those kids to those tutoring sessions, right, could be very problematic, right?
Correct.
What if that child is both a child who is failing and has transportation issues at home, right? Like that's already now like a double whammy sword, right? Like, or double whammy, right?
Which, again, I don't know what exactly is possible, but if the bus is going to the neighborhood and you've got a high school kid that's failing, put him on the bus for his B-day and bring him back to school so that he has the opportunity. But I know that it's not quite that simple. I get it. But the goal is to educate the kids as effectively as possible, given the constraints of our government. And I can't see how that, I mean, money is secondary to making sure that the kid has a future. So I guess I want a better answer to that, and I know you can't necessarily give it to me, but just saying we'll work on it, there needs to be something brought back to us that says this is how we're going to do it.
Okay.
In my opinion, I'm just one.
I would agree.
I agree.
So I'm trying to just think logistically, and with the timing, and maybe I'll ponder as other people talk. Like literally, I'm trying to think logistically with the timing of that, of what, when you would want something back and our ability to react, but maybe I'll ponder that as other people talk.
I don't know, there's a short time frame left, and I don't even know exactly how many kids, it's too nebulous for me to say do this.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but I want our kids to graduate, and I want our kids to walk away with a degree at the end of and if there's a way we can prevent someone from maybe not or maybe does, let's make sure they do.
Yeah. Maybe the answer is a more robust summer school.
You might be right. I don't know the answer.
That's more affordable more widespread, more affordable.
And please also note too, especially with our seniors, at this time every year, our high school counseling staff and administration are looking at all of the seniors, looking at all of their credits, and to finish the school year, we're always contacting those families and those students, talking about what classes they still need to recoup. We start talking about priorities if they're failing 2 or 3 classes, one's a required class, making sure that they get more of that work done. So that's an ongoing second semester target for our counselors and our administration to look at those students. And so even if it wasn't in a COVID year, that would still be happening, but it's especially happening this year in a COVID year.
And I understand that, and I don't mean to monopolize, but right now, it sounds like we're kind of leaning towards saying, sure, go ahead and do the A and B model. But if we've got kids that need to come back on the B day, I don't want our vote to say, well, you're only coming A and B, your A days. If there's issues, figure out how to bring them back on the B days.
Well, and if the board takes the action to go with the hybrid model for the high school, that won't stop us from investigating that. So we'll continue to investigate that. We'll look at it. We'll look at transportation. We'll look at how we can double up when they are back, or how we can prioritize their time. So regardless of what the board determines with a hybrid model, that's something we will still continue to investigate, whether it's through tutoring, through during the day, how many students we can bring back. That is something that is on the radar.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
More high school questions?
I know this is changing the subject a little bit, and I really don't want to go away from it. But we're in the mode right now where we're also signing children up for next year, right? Or have we gone past that already?
Students have already done their course selections. It's usually a December, January activity.
Okay. Given that, I guess this is where I'm going away from right now, and I hate it, but I have to ask the question. What are we planning for next year? Is it the same type of mode?
No.
Because this COVID's not going away. I'm sorry.
Right now, what we're planning for is a full return. And then we're looking at, as we talked about with the staffing plan today, we're looking at a full return, but then building in the contingencies of what happens if there are adaptive pauses again. What happens if the 3 feet doesn't go, if the 3 feet is not changed, if it's not, based on what phase 5 looks like, is from what we're hearing, if it's still at 3 feet, we'll have multiple plans built. We'll have one for a full in-person return, a 3-foot return, and then something that is as seamlessly transitionable between the two.
And I know there'll be a lot more vaccinations. Hopefully everybody's got it. And I know it was inspirational in a sense that I heard this week that they're actually testing children as well to vaccination, right? So hopefully it'll be out of the system per se, and we don't have to worry about it. But in answer to my question was, we're coming full mode. That's the idea right now.
That was the staffing plan that was presented, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
So anything else with high school, or should we go more general? Let's go more general. Anything fair game? Oh, okay.
There's a few more summary.
Let's
and
go,
then
sorry.
A couple financials and summary questions and timelines.
Many of the benefits and concern areas to remedy in order to do the work have been covered through the questions and the conversation tonight. And there's many more than just what's on this slide that we've covered. But we just wanted to highlight a few key pieces, both academically, social, emotionally, and then logistically, of areas that we will be problem solving. Really making that more frequent contact, more frequent access to content, when students are on site, seeing and observing their social emotional needs, as well as their academic needs, and having a more frequent interaction. Some of the areas we've talked about, getting the bus routes, making sure that we know the exact selection and choice of the families, making those teacher shifts and schedules, that communication, hiring in the short time frame. And then, as we discussed, the quarantine and the contact tracing, we wanted to be very transparent on both the benefits of our recommendations as well as some of the areas of concern that we need to continue to remedy. And of course, we can add some of the other ones that were brought up, such as the tutoring, the transportation, and those things.
Again, I know we've tried to summarize it at the end of each grade span, but this is just one cumulative place where we put are the expenses for this by grade span, for a total for Kaneland of anywhere between $214,000 to $293,000. Again, that range represents that higher number is those specific teachers that could possibly be hired. So 214 to 293 would be the total financial impact of FTE and staff needing to be hired, of transportation, of materials, of any movement that needs to be paid for if they're moving classrooms. So everything that was presented throughout the presentation, we tried to capture here on one slide for you.
Good evening. Another face and voice for you here tonight. I wanted to go over some of the time frames of what we have to do next so that you would understand some of the moving pieces here. Currently, we have our administration looking at all of the requests from the survey to give you all this data tonight, to give you this plan tonight, and share with you how that would all shake out. We did talk a little bit, you heard from Mr. Raleigh, about what it would take to look at some of the scheduling shifts were the high school to return, but as you know, the recommendation would be to maintain that hybrid schedule. We would begin moving classrooms, moving furniture, preparing for a return at all of the K-8 levels, starting next week and into spring break with our maintenance crews. Posting and interviewing and hiring, I know many of the board members have asked about being able to fill positions. Please know that pending board approval, we had anticipated hiring some of those long-term subs at the elementary level, and those positions have been posted pending board approval already, so that administrators can begin to look at candidate pools. That's begun. I know, as you heard from Dr. Mum and Mr. Raleigh, for some of those support staff positions, monitors, gatekeepers and things, if the board approved this plan tonight, that we could anticipate having a job fair next week in person at one of our sites to ask and invite our community members to come and participate. Those would all be, as you saw, with the dollar amounts, paid positions, but that does take time to do the fingerprinting, the physician certificate, the tax forms, all those kinds of things, but we would expedite all of that. So we would have that coming soon. And then, of course, for those staff that may need to teach outside their content areas at the elementary level, they need time to look at the curriculum, look at the benchmarks, understand what's next for groups of kids, and prepare for those lessons as well. So that would be happening over the next 2 weeks. So some of these things have been put in place already with the addendum of pending board approval, but then we also have a lot of work to do. I know you heard the phrase all hands on deck, but I think that is absolutely apropos in the coming weeks. Next steps. We've talked about reviewing that family survey. A lot of what you heard tonight was based on that work that's already been in place. Posting, interviewing, onboarding, and training, all those additional FTE. We will be doing that over the next 2 weeks, this week being week 1 of the 3-week cycle that we just talked about a minute ago. We need to be ordering materials. Some of those materials do take time to arrive. Please know that the administration has been preparing and may have already ordered many of those materials to get them here, pending board approval of these plans. The organization of our bus routes, I do need to give a special thank you to Director Smith and Dr. Fuchs and their team at the Transportation Department for working on this. The orchestration of those logistics is tremendous, and they are working on, have been and are and will be working on that, so we're very appreciative of that work. We do need to have some of our existing bus drivers pick up additional routes, move routes, et cetera, to make all of this work. We do have a maintenance schedule, so a thank you to Mr. Payton, Director Payton and his team for being in a position to get a schedule together to get all this work done. It's not our typical spring break work that we'll be doing, so they are to be thanked for that. We do have to finalize that exploratory schedule due to those elementary exploratory teachers that have to teach outside of their content area. We have to figure out where we're going to put those additional sections and schedule those into the master schedule of the building, so the administration will be very busy doing that. Any new schedules for kids need to be based on those shifts in the structures, need to be finalized, and then most importantly, get that timeline for contacting families that you heard Dr. Mum talk about and Mr. Raleigh talk about in terms of getting information to our families so that they know that a child may need to be moving or not. And then an important note, I know we talked about the remote learning planning days. With our recommendation, March 24th would be that remote learning planning day for K-8, but it would be a regular asynchronous day as normal for the high school if this recommendation is approved by the board. So know that we would have two different things going on that Wednesday. One would be remote planning for those grade levels with a new structure coming up, and then the same structure for our 9-12 level. So.
Thank you, Dr. Atkins. The timeline that we have laid out, we've probably touched on all of those topics already, but in addition to that, we want to make sure that our board is aware that we will begin communication first thing in the morning with families based on any decisions that are made here tonight. On behalf of the board, we would communicate next steps, and then we would also communicate, because at this point right now, a lot of the communication has been with cabinet, from community members and to our board, but at this point now, when decisions are made, if they're made to return based on the recommendation, a lot of those questions and communication would go to the building level, because they would have a lot of questions. When do I drop off my stuff? When do I bring my materials? So we would make sure we communicate so that families know that who they need to be contacting, and that timeline will also be shared with our families so that they're aware. Thank you, Patrick. And one other unintended consequence is, in addition to some of the other challenges that we would have, as we have manpower and time spent administratively with any shifts, please know that there are a few of the activities that we had timelines for, strategic planning and other updates that we would do with our board and our community and other committees. We would have to reassess those, and it's likely that some of those would get moved back a little bit, as the priority now would be transitioning to a full return at the grade levels that we recommended. Then one more slide, Patrick. And I know the board is going to have probably a series of additional questions and conversation prior to taking any action. So at this point, I know Dr. Atkins, Mr. Raleigh, and Dr. Mum can all jump up to the microphone, and same with Dr. Fuchs and I, if you have additional questions, and we'll be happy to entertain and answer those.
General questions?
I got one for Ms. Fuchs. So there's a lot of dollars thrown around. How are we doing with that?
Sorry.
What?
It's just a good way to.
How are we doing with that?
Julian, could you give us a breakdown of where the money would come from and what impacts our current budget?
Sure. We're currently running a deficit budget of about $2.5 million. However, based on the information at the end of February, we were closer to about $1 million, so that's good. So we're not going to have a deficit of the 2.5, but more closer to the 1 million. As we increase these costs, that depending on if they're, when they're billed out and things like that, it will most likely add to this year's deficit, unless if some of that other money can increase our revenues. At this point, I think the most important thing for the board to focus on is the value to the students. And as we continue to do our financial projections and modeling, as things shift, we'll take this into consideration and plan accordingly.
So you make it work.
We'll do our best.
That's what I hear. All right.
Any other questions?
To follow up on that, you said we're running best guess right now is we're running about $1 million short to make our budget number. And you had said earlier in the meeting there was about $800,000 of SR1, SR2, and FEMA. I understand that the 1.9 trillion billion, whatever they just passed on the federal level, there is some money coming down, trickle down. We don't know how much of that money will end up here.
Not yet.
So there's the potential that we will see more revenue. Okay, thank you.
Yep. And I don't know if it'll be this fiscal year or next fiscal year. It depends on how fast it gets here.
Because there are other, I mean, there's plenty of ways that those funds could be spent this summer, as has been mentioned here, or next school year as well.
Absolutely.
They're not gonna.
Yeah, I was just there's the opportunity that more money will be showing
Yeah,
up, so it's.
for sure. One year or the other, yeah.
So then, Dr. Fuchs, is it possible that we would do what was recommended and not end up with a huge issue next year that will then impact our students?
We have adequate reserves to address any needs at this point based on this plan.
Okay.
I mean, I think the current concerns going into next year is if you're running two learning structures again, I would imagine, and the cleaning costs are two things that may not be going away, even if you're at 3 feet.
And we would hope that there isn't some kind of a huge resurgence or a variant that causes a problem and the state would shut down again. I
You
mean,
just shut your mouth.
we aren't in control of that. If we, we've said we follow the guidance, we follow the guidance, followed it to this point. And we would be beholden to that
Continue.
guidance if it changed in the wrong direction, so.
So if I understand it correctly, it's the recommendation that we move EC through 8 back to a full-time model and leave the high school as a hybrid model.
Correct.
Okay. And that's going to require roughly 4 new teachers in the EC through 5th grades.
7 FTE in the EC through 5th grade, and then lunch monitor, recess, and gate.
I'm more worried about certified staff, the teachers.
Just certified then is only 7 FTE
Okay.
at the EC 5.
And that's going to cost us somewhere around $100,000, if I'm doing the back of the napkin math, right?
23.
Well, my packet's not updated, so.
I think it's right around the 82,000 with all the cost at the EC 5.
And then middle school was 41.
Together, they're 123.5.
Thank you.
Yes.
So we're like, okay. All right.
All right, any other comments?
Yeah, just to reiterate, I still think we have, and I'm not blaming, so please don't take it that way, but I do think we have inadvertently left out a large voice. And for me, it's difficult to put a plan together without hearing that voice. And I think, there are possibly other options or other avenues, right, to use these resources. It's still using the hybrid model especially at the middle school, which I still think is a very problematic plan. And I think we're not addressing that many parents would probably not pick this plan, right? That they would prefer a hybrid model to maintain in that 6 to 8 level, let alone K-5, but I think K-5 is a little better. I don't think it's as problematic as the middle school.
See, I'm going to disagree with you because as a board and as the administration, we've been saying, the state's telling us we got to do this. We're going to do it. Whatever logic the state used to change the rules, who knows, but they did. So we have said, we'll follow state guidance. Well, this is the state guidance. I understand why we're not doing it at the high school because it's a logistics nightmare.
Sure.
And they're, of the groups of populations of students, the best able to handle not being there every day, in my opinion, and I think that's an educational, thank you. So I don't see a good reason why we shouldn't move forward with the board or the administration's recommendation.
So I appreciate what you're saying, Ryan. It's not that I disagree with it, because I don't disagree with the idea of coming back full-time. I think that is actually what our goal should be, absolutely. I just don't think this plan gets us there in the best way. And specifically, if we're going to go to that middle school level, I think it does, there's a lot of problems that we're creating at that level that we should be alleviating before. Like, there should be an option 2 for the middle school. I know that wasn't tasked to you, and I know that, and that you did your best, and I'm not knocking that, because I believe you guys worked really hard on this, and I'm appreciative of all the stuff you've done. I just don't think it's a strong option. I think the middle school poses the same kind of similar problems that the high school poses. We had 2 options for the high school. I think we needed that for the middle school. I would also argue we probably need that for the K-5, but I do think we can make K-5 work. But in my mind, and I also think maybe we should have these separate. I don't know why they're all the same resolution.
I think we're going to have to break it out.
You can do it either way. We can do it however.
They can be
however you want.
separated.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, I could totally vote for the high school tonight, thumbs up, no problem. The other two, I still need more information for.
Well, I think that you're running, just to disagree with you,
Yeah.
A good answer tonight is better than a perfect answer 2 weeks from now when they have more time to gather more information and do this survey and do that research. We do have a definitive timeline of when school ends, and anything we push back tonight is just going to push back, in my mind, and even make it less effective to make changes. Because if we push it back 2 weeks so that we can gather more data, that's 2 weeks less of maintaining the current schedule, which has less impact on
Sure.
whatever decision we make. So
And I
no
don't
one's,
disagree with you.
we're never going to make all of the stakeholders happy. There's going to be mad parents, there's going to be mad teachers, there's going to be
Sure.
mad administration, I'm sure. But this, to me, seems to be the best way to move forward with all of the constraints we were given.
Okay. And I think everything you're saying is very logical, Ryan, and I'm not disagreeing with your logic. My concern is that we did not give a stakeholder group a fair say, an equal say. And we should say this, I think, Meg, you said this earlier, the reason that stakeholder group did not come out and speak strongly over and over again is because they have expressed they do not feel safe and comfortable to do so. And I think that was a failure on the board and the administration's part. And it's what happened, and I think. What are you talking about? It's not an open forum.
I think if we had parents that, if there was a large percentage of parents that wanted to maintain the hybrid or were afraid to bring their kids to school 5 days a week, we would have seen a large uptick in the number of students that were going to go remote. And
we did, though.
Not really, not percentage-wise.
We saw some.
And I think I would have to disagree with some of that. I think.
Okay.
I think parents know their children pretty well, and when parents advocate for their kids, and a lot of times via email to the board, and say, this is better for my kid to go 5 days a week, I genuinely think they're probably right. And when they say, my kid genuinely isn't going to take change very well at this point, they're probably right. I mean, I think there's educational value to put kids in front of teachers 5 days a week, but when a parent says, I know my kid, and their anxiety or whatever it is going to be a hindrance to them, they're probably right. And they didn't get that voice, but I do still agree that at some point, as the board, we have to try to consider in the big picture of what the educational value is that we can provide all the students of the district. And the reality is not just that parents are going to be unhappy, some kids won't be serviced as well as they could. And I get that some kids will be harmed in this decision, but I do think the educational value is listening to ISB, listening to the guidance, and listening to the experts that we hire, which is our administration in front of us. That's I just want to say I really do think it is, I don't want to discount the parents who've said this isn't good for my kids.
And please don't take my comments as discounting parents, because I don't mean to. I
didn't take it that way.
And we did get many, many emails from parents that are saying, this is not a good idea for my kid. But there's 4,300 kids in this district, and I have to look at what the big picture for all of them, not focus on, yes, some kids are it's unfortunate, but it's a fact that this is going to harm some children. And I expect that the administration and the teachers and everybody involved will do their best to offset those losses, but we need to move forward.
Yeah, and maybe that is the answer. Maybe, we move forward, we disagree, and everything. I mean, that washes out, right? Like, that's why we have a board where we vote, right? So that makes sense to me. Just my last comment, and I'll shut up, promise.
I mean, I've served here 8 years almost.
Guess not.
And throughout this whole process, anytime a parent has raised an issue with their children, these guys take care of it, or at least try to address it. And I don't think it'll change.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think what the parents were saying, and what my understanding is that these are probably the most vulnerable students we have, and they feel the most anxiety, danger, whatever you want to say about the change. We didn't give them an adequate voice, And they're the ones that will probably be the most negatively impacted, and I'm concerned about that group. That group is already very precarious.
The parents speak up.
So
Speak up.
Good.
I do agree with Ryan that we can't let the perfect get in the way of the good.
Sure.
And when we followed the guidance, and whether or not we agree that this is the case, some of the parents in the audience feel that their voice wasn't heard initially. Now that the guidance has changed, there's another group, it's a different group, and they also don't feel like they have a voice. I don't see it as a lot different, and I think we need to, I think there's some semblance of normalcy, you know, and even joy, you know, that we that a plan, like, you know, that the plan would give to the community. I mean, I think the administration has done well to keep costs. I'm surprised the costs are as low as they are.
Agreed.
Not thinking that there might be a little sneak here and there of, you know, some additional transportation. That's the one that gets me the most. But, you know, and thank you to our teachers for being willing to take the overloads. They don't have to. So I think it's probably best, in my opinion, to move forward.
Can I make one request? I would like to split them up if we could.
Definitely, we'll do that.
I've been really stressed over the last few days with all of the parent feedback we've received that didn't want this, that really felt like they should stay hybrid. And wishing that we had given them that option. But I do have to agree that we followed the guidance, and the parents that weren't okay with that, we said, like, you can be mad all you want, but we agreed we were going to follow the guidance. And now we're on the flip side of that. You can be mad all you want, but we said we would follow the guidance. And I think parents are much more concerned, and I don't want to discount parents, right? Like, I'm a parent too. I think parents are much more concerned with their kids dealing with change than the reality of what kids can actually deal with. I'm more worried about teachers dealing with the change just because we're adults. We don't deal with change as well. But kids, for the most part, there are exceptions, kids tend to adapt faster.
Yeah.
And I think overall, I mean, I didn't know coming in today what I would do, but I do feel more comfortable.
Any other comments?
Let's do this.
All right, so how do you want me to make a motion to approve sending?
Why don't you let them read them? I got notes.
You got it? Great, thank you.
You got this.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I would like them all three split. Is that-
Separate, yep.
Yeah, okay.
All
I
three
didn't know
separate.
if you were going to lump in the.
No, I'll do all three separate.
Okay, yeah.
Are we all good with comments? Everyone's?
Yeah.
All right.
Please.
So I move that grades EC through fifth grade shift to in-person learning 5 days a week. Is there a second?
Or point of
I made the
order or
motion.
whatever, are we doing the money part separate?
I'm sorry, are we doing what?
The money part separate, because there's dollars to go.
There are dollars. Do we want to say that based on this plan, or do you want to give a cap?
I don't care, it just needs to be in there somehow.
Does everyone want dollars in there,
I'm good with based on the plan, go forth.
based on the plan?
Fine.
All right, so I will move that Board of Education approve grades EC through 5 shift in-person learning 5 days a week, based on the plan presented tonight. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Gail seconded it. Any discussion? And a roll call.
Mr. Carey,
Aye.
Mrs. Junk,
Aye.
Dr. Lawler,
Aye.
Mrs. Pavlik,
Aye.
Mr. Rivas,
See?
Mrs. Barber,
Aye.
Mrs. Witt.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Move on to the next one. I move that the Board of Education approve grades 6 through 8 shift, 5 days per week with a modified daily schedule based on the plan presented tonight. Is there a second?
So moved.
Ryan can second. That's good, right? And any discussion?
You did this.
I did the motion,
This is
yeah.
middle school, right?
This is the middle
Okay, just
school,
so-
and a roll call,
just wanna make
please.
sure.
Yeah, middle school.
Mrs. Junk?
Aye.
Mr. Carey?
Aye.
Dr. Lawler?
No.
Mrs. Pavlik?
Aye.
Mr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mrs. Barber?
Aye.
Mrs. Witt?
Aye. Motion carries 6-1. So I move that the Board of Education approve the following grades 9 through 12 remain in the current hybrid model. Is there a second?
Second. That's Meg.
And a, you say Megan?
Beth, did you get that? It's Meg.
Meg.
Yeah.
And any discussion? And a roll call.
Dr. Lawler?
Aye.
Mrs. Pavlik?
Aye.
Mr. Rivas?
Aye.
Mrs. Barber?
Aye.
Mrs. Witt?
Aye.
Mrs. Junk?
Aye.
Mr. Carey?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. All right. So we will move on to the second public comment with the same rules I discussed earlier. First is Mr. Shaw.
Thank you for your time tonight again, Board. Great job, everyone. Good questions. I just want to say great job to the administration. I realize what went into that presentation and how little time you had to cram for that test. And that was pretty good. That was good. A lot went into it, I know. Bad on the replies, though, like 800 something out of the seniors or something. That's tough. But what I was going to try and get at is this whole thing, I gotta kind of go back to this. It's a square footage issue that we're having, because if we go back to phase 4 or phase 3, whatever it is in the fall, we do know this isn't going to go away. Let's look towards the future. Let's get these positive solutions, these creative solutions. Look at a mobile classroom. Actually, I was back there doing it on my phone. Super easy. A 49 by 14 mobile classroom. Oh God, you could fit 21 kids at 3 feet and 16 at 6 feet with the teacher at 6 foot social distancing. It came out to $1,500 a month. That's a pretty easy solution. And you can lease these things for 36 months. It just seems like an obvious way to go to me, just an option. As far as bus scheduling is concerned, you just restructure the routes. It's really not that, you just kind of take the bus off to one side of the street, and then you add another bus. I don't know. Maybe it's a lot harder than I think. It might be. I don't know. I'm sure. It seems like everything is very difficult. And I did want to address the one. I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize. Forgot.
Mrs. Witt?
I don't have my glasses. I'm sorry. Thanks. I do understand there are stakeholders that don't have kids in this district. I totally understand that. And we actually, my wife and I just talked to a friend of ours who is moving back and said, hey, what's it like over there? And I thought, oh, Lord. One thing that people always do look at when they move into a community, the very first thing we did when we moved here, what's the school district like, right? Everybody does that. It's the first thing you do. Let's see how this goes. And, this was tough. This was tough. This was a lot. There was a lot involved here. But when people are looking at that and going, okay, wait, what is their solution for the future? And I know we had to cram for this, and again, you guys did a great job with it. I mean, really. I just feel we need to be more proactive for the future. It really. Because if we go right back to where we are right now in the fall, ooh, that's going to be tough. People will be moving out. And to get to the stakeholder aspect, that is going to lower our real estate values. Because people are going to leave. Why would I want to? I could move 10 miles down the road. Kid be in school all day long.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate everything you did tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Durant?
Mr. Root?
I didn't catch the name.
She's coming.
Oh, okay.
You guys can't see her.
I can't see that side of the.
Sorry, I walk a little slow. Christina Durant, I live in Elburn, and I just my words are kind of all fumbled. They're all, so bear with me. But I am a parent from the other side, so somebody that has had an opposing view this whole time. But I wanted to first just thank the board and the administration for all you guys have done. Like, honestly, who thought we would be in this position, right? With this pandemic and everything you guys have had to go through to make sure that our kids are still getting an education. And honestly, we shouldn't compare ourselves to other districts, but I mean, we're one of the few that have been in school since August, and that is a huge win in my book. And my girls, they're twins, first grade. We've been full remote for medical, and it's been fantastic. The teachers, the administration, I have one that's on a 504 and has other medical needs and RTI, and it's been great for us this whole entire year. Sorry. To answer something that's been brought up as far as where are these other opposing parents? Why aren't they here? Why aren't their voices being heard? I know their voices are being heard at the board because I know they've sent the emails. I got a response back today, and I appreciate that very much. But it's really, really hard for some of these parents because there's other louder voices in the room. And not to discredit, because I know these parents are advocating for their kids, but it can be hard if you're not loud as well. I'm not. I don't speak up. And I should have, from the get-go. But it's very hard when other people are louder. But I want to quickly draw attention to the high school student that shared that survey. And that is something that's so important, a voice we need to listen to more than the parents. That these parents, are they really making a decision that is best for their student, or is it best for themselves? It might be, that might be harsh, I don't know. But she was very passionate. She sent out the survey. She got responses. She presented the results to you. Her peers didn't want this change. And they're, you know what? Things are staying the same. So, but these students, we need to listen to them a lot more than we are right now, because they're the ones that are actually living it. We're just the parents taking them where they need to go. What activity do they have to do next? We're not the ones in school. We're helping them as our job as parents, right? Helping them get through this stuff, but we're not the ones that are actually in the seats. So I think that's all I have to, I don't know.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shaw?
I just wanted to address a couple of things. First of all, thank you for looking at what's best for the children. And like you said, it's not about the financial means, and I really appreciate that. Ryan, thank you for some of the closing comments you made. Also, just focusing on the majority, this is a very hard decision. You're not gonna please everybody, and I'm glad that I feel like for the first time you guys made a really good decision. Dr. Mum, I wanna say thank you for saying that the social and emotional learning needs are easier to manage when children are in school every day. I think we're finally looking at the bigger picture. Teresa Witt, I gotta say I'm a little confused. I was not telling you not to ask the question, but quite frankly, I don't understand when our tax rate for school dollars for school is 69%, how my taxes with a child in school is different than a stakeholder who doesn't have a child in school. So I guess I'm just a little confused as to, are we looking at raising taxes? Why would that make a difference, quite frankly? That's what I was confused about. And if we have COVID relief dollars, that's what's covering this. So Loyler, I guess with the whole thing with the hybrid, I don't understand why that's even coming up when there was no data relevant to say who wanted to stay hybrid. I know we are late to the game, and I think this was a big lesson learned by everybody. We are late to the game with getting a lot of data, a lot of results. I appreciate you guys making this decision right away, but hopefully this isn't gonna end. Like you said, COVID's not going anywhere, so I hope we continue to plan better in the future. And the community, Layden, thank you for acknowledging us and appreciating us as community members, because we are here to help and support, but we just ask that you listen and work with us and not against us. And that's all I have to say, and I thank you for your time tonight. I know it was long, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harner.
right, hi, I'm Kim Harner from Sugar Grove. I don't know about you guys, but I did not expect to spend 13 hours of 2021 at a board meeting. This has been absolutely exhausting. Thank you, Dr. Mum, for the amount of work and diligence that you put into that plan. That was actually incredible. The way that your thought process and how you're going to select kids who are more or less adaptable is just like beyond. The fact that Dr. Lawler, I believe, came in here against that plan to begin with is just mind-blowing. And just everybody remember, you had one person up there who voted against the middle school plan. Why are we voting against them? That makes no sense. Dr. Layden said from the very beginning, as our group of Kaneland Go Forward was saying, do you have a plan? Do you have a plan? What's the plan? He said he had plans. I actually feel completely lied to on behalf of the high school students. There was no plan for 3 feet. How do you call that a plan? I actually think that some parents would have maybe transferred their high schoolers to private or done something else if you truly had no plan. And then Dr. Raleigh to come here and have no improvement to keep the status quo, like that's just really, really disheartening for these kids who are preparing for college. There's no plan for quarantine kids. There's no improvement. There was no talk about Zoom. I get it, you guys did a ton of work. I think that's incredible. But there's still a lot of problems that have to be solved. And there's still a major gap in accountability and a major gap in what we're gonna do for these kids. How are we solving for the fall? Are we not feeding middle school in the fall? What's happening in the fall if there's no space? I hope there's a solution for the fall, and I think an expectation of every parent should be, there should be a committed plan, assuming 3 feet before the summer starts. None of these summer surprises to come back with no plan. Please commit to a timeline on fall. There's no clock up. Thank you for that reminder, and thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. All right, so we have closed session tonight for Illinois School Code 122C2. Is there a motion? Oh, and there will not be action after closed session, so the recording will end at the end of this vote. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
All those in favor? Oh, roll call, sorry.
Mrs. Pavlik.
Aye.
Mr. Rivas.
Aye.
Mrs. Farber.
Aye.